right. My time is running, so we're going to start. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. This is a lot more people than I had expected, so thank you. Today we're going to talk about the Wikidata Query Service and the way forward to getting the most out of Wikimedia's knowledge graph, Wikidata. For those who don't know me, I'm the portfolio lead for Wikidata and work at Wikimedia Deutschland. For those in the room who are not super familiar with the Wikidata Query Service, quick introduction. Wikidata Query Service is a pretty critical part of Wikidata. It is there to help you query all the relations that are in Wikidata. And they help you basically get the true power out of Wikidata that, or the true promise out of Wikidata that we have. And underneath all this is running a software called BlazeGraph, which is going to be important later. Who is actually using the Wikidata Query Service? Whoa, nice. Okay, you're in the right room. But high level, we have Wikidata and Wikimedia editors who do stuff like work lists with the query service. We have knowledge seekers and sharers who do ask for interesting and weird stuff like which popes were children of other popes. Apparently that's a thing. And then share them on social media and things like that. We have amazing people who build applications and services, like small and medium-sized reusers. For example, the Gov directory or Wikiflix. If you ever want a chill evening with public domain movies, Wikiflix is your thing. Check it out. Also, tool builders who are using the query service to provide tools for Wikimedia editors, like Integrality there. Now, to give you a sense of the scale of the query service, it is one of the largest Sparkle endpoints out there on the internet. It right now has over 16 billion triples, so individual like information units, let's say. And those are coming from 110 million items. And on those items, there are about 1.58 billion statements, plus some properties and like themes that Wikidata also has, but in the grand scheme of things, they're very small. And Wikidata is edited right now about 850,000 times a day. So every time someone makes an edit on Wikidata, the query service has to be updated and keep up with that to always give you the newest data. And like how many people are actually sending stuff to the query service, that's right now about 6,000 requests per minute. So that is quite some load that the query service has to serve to give you interesting answers to questions like the one about the popes. I lost that screen, but we will continue with this. Thank you. So right now, there are quite some challenges around the Wikidata Query Service. One is that it has a hard time keeping up with the size of Wikidata. So Wikidata has a ton of data that is more than BlazeGraph, the software underneath it, has been built for. It has a hard time keeping up with all the many queries that people send to the query service, as well as all the edits that people are making to Wikidata all the time. And last but not least, keeping it stable and secure is also a challenge because BlazeGraph is at the end of its life, it's no longer supported. So out of all these things come some consequences that we are tackling now. First of all, legitimate queries that you all who previously raised your hand want to make to the query service are timing out. That's not great. And this problem gets worse as more data gets added to the graph because there's more of the graph that needs to be looked at to answer any individual query. So more queries are timing out, they're taking longer. And this all leads to editors kind of thinking about, well, should I make that edit? Should I make that data import? Should I do this? Which is also not great because we want people to edit and contribute to Wikidata and other Wikimedia projects. It also leads to both editors and reusers not getting new functionality they want because the underlying software can't provide what they need. And last but not least, for the Wikimedia Foundation and Wikimedia Deutschland, it's becoming harder and harder to maintain the system that is there. So over the last 2-3 years plus, we have done a lot to start addressing this problem. The biggest thing of that is probably building out the Wikibase ecosystem. So building out other places on the internet that can hold structured data, just like Wikidata, and connecting it closely to Wikidata. Since not too long ago, Wikibase Cloud, where you can get your own Wikibase to host your own data and model it in whatever way you want, is in open beta, so anyone who wants to can sign up and host their own open knowledge project there. And of course, people can use the Wikibase software and install it on their own servers and run their own Wikidata clone, or however you want to call it. So this is going well, and we're seeing a lot more people do that and host more specialized data sets in their own Wikibase, more niche data sets, more detailed data sets, and so on. Or data sets where they just want to model them in a particular way. Another thing we have done is develop a Wikibase REST API, which is another way to get to the data in Wikidata that is more modern and a nicer way for programmers to get to the data about individual entities or individual items, which is some small part of all the queries that get sent to the Wikidata Query Service. So we're trying to get people to not send queries to the query service anymore that don't need the full power of the query service, but that could be more easily answered by other services, like the new Wikibase REST API. If you haven't tried it yet, please do. If you have tried it, I would love to talk to you and get feedback on it. Find me afterwards. Then another thing that's that we've been looking at is the model language code. So this is a way to reduce the amount of redundant data in Wikidata. So data that we have, but that we don't actually need because we have it already in other places. For example, you have the item for a person, and their name across 300 languages is the same minus different writing systems, for example. So we don't want you to store that 300 times, but just once, plus overwriting it where it makes sense for specific languages. So that is a way to get down the amount of redundant data that Wikidata has. What more have we done? We have improved the documentation for developers to find out how they can best get to the data they need in Wikidata, because there are many different ways, and sometimes the query service is not the best way for you to get to that data. There is now a very shiny new developer portal on Wikidata. You can find it at Wikidata:4developers, which gives you all the information as an application developer, how to get to the data and all the things you need to know. So then amazing people in the Wikidata community have been testing other alternatives to Blazegraph that other people have been setting up. A large contender is called Clever, and people have been running some queries that they have been running on the Wikidata Query Service on Clever to see what works, what doesn't work, and then help the developers of those alternative systems to become better. And we have been preparing for the graph split, which I will get to more later. And we have been researching more about how has the content on Wikidata actually developed over time and what it is made up of. And I'm going to show you some results from that. So this is Wikidata, the amount of items Wikidata has over time since its beginning. And you see a lot of spikes in that, or increases in that at certain points in time. Now, the story is a bit more complicated than this simple graph makes you believe. Then we looked a bit deeper. Okay, what are these items? There's now the bottom one is items that have a site link, so items that are somehow connected to another Wikimedia project. And you can see they grew pretty consistently. Then the dark blue is items that are somehow necessary to describe the items that have a site link. So for example, you have a famous person, you want to say that another person that was maybe not famous was their parent, then you need an item for that parent to be able to say that they were their parent, right? So those are the glue items in dark blue. And then there's more other stuff. We looked a bit more. And in that other stuff, there's a ton of scholarly articles. So all the work that has been put into WikiCite and related projects is responsible for a large amount of activity and content in Wikidata, right? Like, that is a lot of work that has gone into that over the years. And then we looked some more. We also have astronomical objects. That is just a tiny piece of all the astronomical objects that are out there, but people started. So keep that in mind. That should give you a bit of a sense of what Wikidata's data is made up of and how they've changed over time. There's still more work to do to look at the remaining other, but the remaining stuff is smaller. So then let's talk about what's coming. We want to do 3 things to continue to improve the situation like we've done over the last 2 to 3 years. One is continuing to provide alternative ways to get access to data and move traffic from the query service to those alternative means where it makes sense. We want to get the amount of data in Wikidata under control, and we want to find alternatives for a better future. What does that mean? First of all, offering alternative ways to access the data in Wikidata. Wikidata Query Service is a super powerful system. Most of the requests that are sent to it don't actually need all that power. They could either be served with existing other systems, like the REST API, the Action API, Elasticsearch, and so on, or with other systems that we can build but haven't yet, but that would be better to serve those needs. So we will continue to build out the REST API and potentially other systems. We will do research on what people need as alternatives. So if you are currently working with Wikidata and accessing its data for building an application or service or something like that, I would love to talk to you to get you into that research. Yes. Again, reach out to me, let me know. We'd love to talk. And continue to do more outreach to developers to educate them about the best way to get the data they need in the best way. So then we talk about getting the amount of data under control. There's a lot of data in Wikidata that is too much for Blazecraft to handle as it is. And there's not much way around this. But we can continue to find better ways. One is continue to build out the Wikibase ecosystem so that there's less pressure to have everything in Wikidata that maybe doesn't need to be in Wikidata. And the second thing is reducing the amount of redundant data that I was talking about earlier that doesn't actually need to be there, but for various reasons is there. The MOL language code is right now rolled out in a limited release, so if you look at some items, some of them will already have MOL labels, some of them will not yet. We plan to roll out the full release for everyone soon. Another thing that goes in a similar direction is descriptions, because next to labels and aliases, descriptions make up a ton of the data in BlazeGraph. So we could, for example, instead of having a handwritten description on every item, do at least some of those in an automated, more updated way based on the statements, for example, on the item. But the details are to be figured out. The other thing, and that's the big piece, is the graph split that I was talking about earlier. So what does this mean? We're working towards moving a large part of the data in Wikidata, which is the scientific article data, into a separate BlazeGraph instance. Editing will continue to happen in the same wiki, but for querying them, you would need to combine those two BlazeGraphs via Sparkle Federation. If your query needs scientific article data in any way. If it doesn't, nothing changes for you, but if it does, it means you will have to adapt your queries. So this is going to be disruptive, especially for the people who are relying on scholarly articles for their queries. But right now, we don't see another way. And as you've seen on the graphs before, scholarly articles are a big part that is self-contained and can be moved in this way. Right now, we are aiming for at least a 6-month transition period where people can adapt their queries. We hope to start that later this month. Announcement with all the details will go out. But yeah, so this is coming. There will be more details on Wiki. You will find the link in the slides. And that will help us extend the time we have to find a good replacement for BlazeGraph, hopefully by quite a bit. So this brings me to finding alternatives for a better future. As I was saying, BlazeGraph is at the end of its life. It is no longer supported by its upstream developer, and we have to find something else. So what is important right now is for people to stress test alternatives and really help them get better. There is a list on Wiki, which I had linked on earlier slides, where we list some good potential alternatives, and it would be amazing if you test them with your queries and help the developers of those systems make their systems better. And then at some point, we will have to migrate away from BlazeGraph, but the details of that and when and how are still very much in the air. So now, how can you help? With the upcoming graph split, there will be a lot of people who have queries that touch the scientific articles items that will have to rewrite their queries. And there's a page on Wiki, Request a Query, where people can help you rewrite your queries to combine the two graphs. Amazing people. Also, if you ever have a query that you just can't write or don't know why it doesn't work, this is the page to go to. Help us test alternative endpoints. And if you have tools that have queries that rely on scientific articles, start thinking about how you need to adapt those tools. And if you have more questions, please do reach out to me, find me here at the conference, or come to the Foundation's search platform team's office hours where the team working on Blazecraft directly is also available to answer any questions you have. And with that, we have almost 5 minutes for questions. Thank you. Okay, you go first. You, yes. You. Microphone. Do we have a microphone for? Otherwise, I can repeat the question.
First question is about the abundant data in Wikidata, like scientific articles. Do we really need them to have in Wikidata? Because it, I believe, in comparison to astronomical objects, which can grow into the articles one day, the scientific articles will have no such perspective. And the second question is this code, new code mu, multi-language, it's for Latin script, I believe, right?
Not only. So if you have a person that has a native name in a different script, then it could also have
for native naming of...
for example.
An item. Thanks.
Yes.
And the first question?
So for your first question, do we need scientific articles in Wikidata? There are people in the room who I'm sure would very heavily disagree with you, and people in the room who would very much agree with you. My personal stance on this is we need some of them at the very least, because the core of what Wikimedia is doing is based on referencing the knowledge we have. And scientific articles play a big role in that. So at the very least, we need scientific articles to reference data on Wikidata itself and on the other Wikimedia projects. Do we need the ones we have, and do we need them at the size we have? That's a different topic, but it is not an easy thing to answer. Yeah. James.
Hello. First of all, I operate a parallel Blazegraph Wikidata Query Service that will not split. It will operate in a not split state until I physically can't anymore. So if you're interested, let me know. Also, whatever happened to that consultant who was supposed to recommend a replacement to Blazegraph for us?
Yes. So she finished her work, Andrea. And she has some recommendations and next steps for evaluating the recommendations she had. We paused that, continuing that work in favor of the graph split because we needed to buy us time. So once we're done with the graph split, I believe this is back on the table.
Thank you. When I saw that graph that you showed, my first idea was why not split the elements with articles in other projects instead of the scholarly articles?
Because those are much more heavily intertwined with some of the rest than the scholarly articles. So it would be even more painful, unfortunately. Yes.
As we are entering like what I consider a breaking change with the graph split, I wonder if it's also like possible to do things like reducing the amount of times a single label appears in the triple store. Like currently we have SCOs, we got schema, we got RDF as label. Is that type of breaking change also considered?
Not right now, but let's talk about it. Yes.
Just because the mic was nearby. We often adopt open source software in critical situations, but we usually tend to do not contact official authors for support. In case of Blazegraph, what is your perspective of have we? I think we try to contact. Okay.
Yes. So a big tech company at some point decided that the Blazegraph people are amazing and that they want to have them. And they basically bought the company that developed Blazegraph in the open. And that was the end of the open development with significant resources behind it. They are now working on a closed system called Neptune. So in this case, there's just nothing to be done. But for example, with Clever, which is developed, which is one of the alternatives that people are looking at, that is developed by a university in Germany, and they, for example, attended some of our last events, like the data modeling days, to talk to people, like, what do you need Clever to do to be a good alternative for BlazeGraph, and took that feedback into account. We are unfortunately at the end of my time. I'm happy to answer more of your questions outside, so the next speaker has some time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
even more nervous because people have come to see this. So, so it's not just me. It's my new friend Glory, who's joining us, hopefully online from Nigeria. But we've got a few connection issues. So I'm just going to ask everyone's patience at the beginning and in the middle when it's Glory's turn to present. But to start with, while we get everything sorted, we're going to have a hello from Glory in a second, but just to introduce myself, my name's Lucy Moore. I'm from England. I'm a volunteer Wikimedian. I also freelance in kind of museums. I've done a couple of projects for Wikimedia UK. And I'm also a curator in heritage more broadly, which will become important about the context of why I decided to start thinking about smell. And Glory is a Wikimedian who's based in Nigeria, and she's really interested in health, particularly women's health and its application. So we've got two very distinct perspectives coming together for this presentation. And we're also, we are enthusiastic with Wikidatans, but we are not especially expert, which is why it's really exciting that lots of people stayed from the previous session. I love you. But also, please be kind and gentle with us because we're bringing this kind of new idea and what we think is an exciting way to think about structured data and our community and the world. So what you should know by the end of the session, I hope this is what happens. We're going to introduce some examples about why we think that smell should be considered significant for the world around us. We're going to learn some new techniques to represent smell on Wikidata using women's health as an example. That is Glory's section and her expertise. So I'm especially crossing my fingers we can get everything running then. And then we're going to have some opportunity to talk together and to imagine some future possibilities from all the different projects and communities that you work in to think about how smell-related information might be pertinent. So hopefully that sounds okay to you all. Yeah? Okay, good. So to start things off, if you feel comfortable, if you wouldn't mind just closing your eyes, just having a moment of thinking about. We've been looking and hearing to lots of things, but what can you smell? Can you smell your neighbour's shampoo? I bet you can, Hannah. What else can you feel? Can you feel the chair? Can you feel the carpet? Are your clothes very cooling in this hot room full of people? And just, take a second to just think about the different sensations and whether they are then something that we routinely represent in our Wikimedia work. Question. Okay, so just to skip back. So I think perhaps after that moment, you might start to agree that smell, as well as taste and touch, are really significant ways that we experience the world. And to represent human knowledge, perhaps we need to think about ways to represent them in greater depth, in greater detail, and in greater complexity. Just a note for people who aren't familiar in how we smell. So when you are smelling, here they come. Whoa. So apologies if anyone has hay fever. So I'm going to pass this round. I'll break some off actually, so we can get going. So have a sniff if you'd like. So when we're smelling things, it's not the petals that we're smelling. It's the oils that anything is giving off is what we're smelling. So you're not smelling the thing. You're smelling the smell of the thing. That's as meta as it gets today. But it's just something to bear in mind when we're thinking about how we're structuring smell in our world. Anyway. Have a smell, have a think about how smell evolves. So it's also important because, as well as how we experience the world, it's a way that we understand the world. Smell can be very subjective. Whenever you talk to anyone about memory, people are always like, oh, I remember what it smelled like when this happened. I remember my childhood smells being really strong around, freshly mown cut grass, or if anyone was drinking at one of the bars last night, there was a really strong smell of sewage at one point. Not all smells are smells of flowers. And it can also be, it's subjective. We can only know how we smell things, but because it's chemical, because of the oils that are being shared by the organism, then it makes a chemical signature something that's definable, which I think is really interesting because it's very much at that kind of meeting between me with my airy-fairy humanities hat on and Glory with her medical hat on, and it can also be diagnostic. What does something smell of and how does that help us understand it, but also label it. And it can also be intrinsic to the very nature of a thing. So when we're describing things, we should describe what they smell like as well as what their other properties are. Okay, so just to backtrack slightly, where did this idea come from? So as I said, I work in heritage. And for anyone else who might be working in museums, there's a lot of discussion at the moment about how we can add more sensory data to our databases, so how we can record what ancient objects smell like now, but what they might have smelled like in the past, how we can add this more subjective knowledge to our own internal museum databases. So I was at a conference smaller than this one, and we were talking about this, and I said, I know, I'm going to go and look at what Wikidata does, because it'll be there and we can just copy that. And I see some chuckling. So I went, and I was kind of a bit surprised that there is quite a lot of items around smell on Wikidata, but there's not a huge number. And also this kind of relationality of what something smells of or smells like, and how you then can compare things that smell like one another, was a bit limited at Wikidata at that point. And I will explain that limitation after we've had a short quiz. Ah! Okay, so no pressure and there's no prizes, okay? But this is, well, there might be a prize. I do have some stickers. Oh. But there's no prizes, there's no points involved here. But this is just to get people thinking about things that smell like unusual other things. So we'll have a show of hands for each of the options. So question 1, what does a binturong smell like? A binturong is the mammal, but with the green background. Does it smell of A, popcorn, B, bitter almond, or C, jasmine? So hands up for A, popcorn. B, bitter almond. Okay, or C, jasmine. Okay, so the answer is popcorn. Binturongs smell of popcorn. So yeah, pat on the back. Well done, everyone. Okay, so this is a photograph of an artwork. The artwork's called Smell, Smell 2015, by an artist called Nadia Karbelinka. So what does her artwork smell like? Does it smell like A, popcorn, B, bitter almonds, or C, jasmine? Hands up for popcorn. Okay. Bitter almond. Okay. Jasmine. Okay. Team Jasmine, well done. Excellent guessing. So the calligraphy you can see on there is made from jasmine flowers. And the idea is that the jasmine flowers were fresh and then they dry. And as they move from fresh to dry, the scent changes. So there's an important point about how you would describe that in terms of time and freshness as well. One for the, people who are much better at Wikidata than me. And then my third quiz question is, what does cyanide smell like? Don't taste it. Don't taste it. If you take one thing away from this session, do not taste cyanide. I apologise deeply, Wikimedia legal team. So does cyanide smell like popcorn? Or does it smell like B, bitter almond, or C, jasmine? Oh, B, bitter almond. Okay. So perhaps, I hope, what you're thinking now is, oh, I didn't know some of those things smelled like those things. How interesting, how quirky. I'm going to be great at quizzes now. And this, I was really interested. This was like the sort of how you describe the smell of something that's so unusual and so different to what you might expect. That was really the question that made me think, oh, I want to talk about this somewhere, and I want to use Wikidata to describe these things. So this led to, earlier in the year, a group of other people. I proposed a new property, and very wisely, everyone else was like, let's just change the existing one. So there was an existing property called Perfume Note, but that was quite specific, related to perfumery. So we made it broader to this property Smells Of, which allows you to make these comparisons between a wide range of things. You can also still use Perfume Note as a qualifier to be more specific, or to, have a list of what makes up that smell. But this just allows this kind of like broader comparison. And I'm really interested if people agree with this or not. Like, I think it's a good thing, but other people might have other opinions. And we will hopefully get to a point where we can all share those. So hopefully people are now thinking about remodeling and what we do. And we should have Glory online, I think. Yeah, that would be great. Could Glory be on screen but play the recording? Is that possible? So because we were a bit concerned, we do have an audio recording of Glory presenting. So I'll run through the slides, and then you'll hear her voice recorded yesterday. Hopefully. Perfect. Example 5. Yes, so I don't know if anyone have seen any well, it was in the press maybe last year. Gwyneth Paltrow brought out a candle called Goop. Yeah. What does Goop smell like? Human vagina. Yep. And you might be thinking, oh, we don't need to record that, do we? But why not? Like, why shouldn't the supposed smell of Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina be recorded in structured data? Because then we can, A, compare other things, but also it's part of human knowledge. You might not like it might make you feel uncomfortable. I've not smelt the candle, but, but these things are important. Anyway, have we got Glory? Glory's voice? Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready. So we're going to listen to Glory. She's the expert.
Good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are hearing me from. I am Glory Omoka, user Omoka Glory. I will take you on smell on health. Smell on health. I'll focus on smell on women's health. Smell on women's health. Women's health in the contemporary time is of paramount importance, globally and especially to Wikimedia movement. Hence, the call in the movement strategy. The Wikimedia volunteers have some crucial role to play in enlightening the world populace about women's health using Wikidata as a strategic tool. Women's health is of great import because they are faced with some challenges like sociocultural factors that prevent them, women and girls, from benefiting from quality health services and attaining the best possible level of health, social norms that decrease education and paid employment opportunities, and exclusive focus on women's reproductive roles, potential or actual experience of physical, sexual, and emotional violence, and malnutrition. Hence, there is need to talk about smell on women's health. In this workshop, we shall focus on various types of smell, smell diagnosis, causes of smell, smell symptoms, effect of smell, and smell treatment or cure. We shall create and edit some related items on Wikidata statement.
Okay, so
examples of Wikidata items to be created include menopausal smell, menstrual smell, puberty smell, breast milk smell, anosmia, dysomia, hyposmia, phantosmia, parosmia, ear pulse smell. We shall add some properties to the items. We shall focus on instance of P31, symptoms, cure 169872, image, page P18, cause of the item, P828, effect of the item, P1542, smells of the item, P5872, possible treatment, P924. We shall go into the demonstration proper. Let's dive into the demonstration proper. I'll take you through the process. Thank you for joining me. Thank you.
yes. Okay, so I think we're going to skip the demonstration, mostly because I know nothing about medicine. But I know that what Glory was intending to demonstrate was that with medical material and Wikidata, the smell that can be diagnostic is absent as a way of describing the symptoms or how you diagnose it, but also and this was what Gloria was particularly interested in, was that if there is a smell that is part of an illness that you have, it then also has its own effects. So if you have an illness that makes you, I don't know, have a distinct odour, that can start to affect your mental health. It can affect how other people treat you. And without having that knowledge shared in a structured way, and a way that people outside the medical community can start to understand it, then it gets a bit lost. So hopefully I have summarised what Glory would be demonstrating you to. I know she would be really, really keen to talk to other people who want to link up around medicine and health, particularly how it impacts on women. And her username is user Onwuka Glory. So please do leave a message on her talk page. She would really, really appreciate that. So that's the very, serious part of the talk. And I can see everyone's got very suitable, serious faces on, so thank you. But we're going to change the tempo again now, because why not? So it's over to you. But first, I've got more things for people to smell. And I like how I decide to do a very low voice, just to switch it up. So I know what's in these bags. I don't think they're things that will cause people an allergy. If they are, I apologise in advance, and I hope you have an EpiPen. But I don't think they are. They're very ordinary things that you just buy in the shop. Oh no, now I'm worried. There's no nuts or anything like that. But if anyone does have a serious allergy, please do tell me now, and I can tell you whether I can give you a clue as to whether you should stay or go. Who knew it would become so complicated? Okay, thank you very much. So, I'm going to... Yeah, I think I put a bag each row. Okay, so hopefully these will get passed around. I'm not convinced everyone will be able to smell all of them. Yeah? Yeah. Sorry, very kindly, one of our colleagues pointed out that when people are going into the bag, don't breathe into the bag, because that will leave potential viruses there. So just, have your breath before, have a little sniff, but you don't need to inhale very deeply, because I think one of the bags is fairly strong. But yeah, just be mindful of others. And I'm very grateful that I was reminded of that, so thank you too. And while you're waiting for the next smell, there's a QR code on the screen. And that takes you to a very draft meta page about smell. And once you get there, there's a very short preamble about what we're doing. But I know that not everyone likes to chat, and some people are more doers. So there is a link to a Google spreadsheet there with some tasks that people might want to have a go at. So that people aren't editing the same thing, if you could put your name next to a row if you want to work on that, that would be very much appreciated. But I'm going to say, I thought there would be 10 people here, so there's not enough for everybody. So I think there's about 15 things. So I'm very grateful that you're all here. Classic fool. I can do that right now. Hang on. And if you are someone who likes to chat, then what I'd be really interested in is if you can talk to your neighbours, talk to people who you might be collaborating with already, talk to somebody new, and just think about whether you think this is applicable for the kind of work that you do. And once you've had a little discussion, we'll come back together. You'll get the answers for what's in the bag, which perhaps is a new Wikimedia game. Yeah. And then we'll be wrapping up. So, but I'll just add that spreadsheet link now. Oh, yes. I think so. So I think for the first question, so it's just the property smells of that you need to add a citation for, and that was done as like a caveat, so for smells of, you can't say people smell of something just to stop vandalism. Like we can't say Lucy smells of binturongs, for example, which, as we all know, smell of popcorn, so it's not that bad. And then with the second one, when it's like an item that you're creating, that doesn't need a reference. You should put one there, but it doesn't need one. So does that answer? Okay, sorry. Mm-hmm. I'm struggling to understand. And this is where I said, beginners talking about topics is something to be patient with. But I'd like to talk about it afterwards, if that's okay. And once I've opened the spreadsheet or shared it better, then if you could put that on the final tab, that would be really good. Yeah. What if we know something smells of something, but there isn't an item in the data performance? So how would I see people say airdrops? Just trying to edit. So the question was, what if you know that something smells of something, but you can't add it? And is it because the item's not there? So I would say create the item would be what I would say. Create the item, make sure it's not there in another language, and then make the knowledge happen. Yes.
I have the hypothesis that on these smelling items of smells, there is going to be a lot of use of the said to be the same as, and also in the same time not the same as, because some people say this is just like that, and others say no.
Yeah. So I did try and look for that kind of practice, and I didn't see very much of it. But I would be interested if someone else can query for that, because it would be really interesting. But this was kind of one of the drivers, was that there didn't seem to be ways in which you could do it. Can I just check that people can get into the spreadsheet now? Yeah. Thank you. So if it's, as I said, it's over to you. There's 4 minutes. So I would love to hear applications that you think might work in your projects. And I'm just going to have a drink of water. Sorry. Oh, sorry, there's someone had a question. I'm sorry. Please. Yeah, so the comment was from my new best friend, who was talking about the future and how sensory data might be useful in how we experience the world in the future. Will we have laptops that emit smells? Will our cinema experience be totally different? And he was saying that that's why it's important to record this information now. Summary okay? Yeah, it's this gentleman at the back in the seat. So if you want to talk about imagined futures of smell-related data, I think, that would be great. So can you wait for the microphone? Yeah.
This is just a wild suggestion, but in order to make the smell property of Wikidata more utilized by Wikimedians, I think it's a one possible solution is to asking people editing wine articles to add a smell property, because wine has quite this standardized glossary of the smell, and it is quite easy to add the smell of property to Wikidata. So I think we need to ask wine people to add more smells property.
Yeah, totally. Wine, when the proposal was being discussed, wine came up as a heavy part of the discussion, how do you describe wine? And it kind of came to a bit of an impasse, because people were saying, well, it's smell, but it's also taste, and how do you distinguish the two, because they're so closely connected? This is why there needs to be lots more thinking around this, I think. Thank you, Jonathan, for delivering the smells, because there are so many different applications. And a wine tasting was suggested, but I did not deliver that, sorry. Yeah. If you can wait. Is there a microphone? A microphone? Oh, okay.
Oh, many thanks. I've created the Wikidata MOOC, and in this MOOC there is an example about the taste of the coriander, because there is a part of people who really dislike it and say, oh, it smells like vomit, and other people like me who love that. And how do you manage that with your property?
So I hope everyone got that question. How do you manage when things smell differently to different people? So what I've done so far is when something smells like two things, is I've put both things under smells of. But that doesn't distinguish who it smells differently to, but they do have different references. But it doesn't distinguish it in a structured way. So I would really like to hear from people who might know how you could do that. Do you put that as a time? Do you describe the sensory experience that differentiates people? So say that I don't know what the name for thinking that coriander tastes awful is. Okay, yeah. So you could say like the qualifier has genetic condition, and then a little bit more thinking. But I think it could be done for sure, with a little bit of work. We've got 4.5 minutes left. Sorry, I'll come to you just at the end if that's okay. I've just got a few. Just hold it.
I just had a note about this one.
Okay.
The thing is that it might be useful. Well, in cases like that, it might be useful to consider whether there should be some special property for references for controversies. Some smells are controversial, some are not, and some sources just say some people have this, some that, and so on. So, well.
Oh, I was just going to say that's where you could possibly use the sourcing circumstances in Wikidata. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a great qualifier for that sort of thing. Disputed or, yeah.
So that was using sourcing circumstances as a qualifier as well. And this is what's really exciting, is that all of you have brought your individual practices and minds together. And I've already learnt so much. If you are interested in at least telling me again all these suggestions, please put your username on the meta page if you've got it, or leave it somewhere in the spreadsheet, because I'm very nervous, as I said at the beginning, and I have the memory of a fish. So, but the final moments, I have one more interactive thing, and I'm not going to apologise. So, our smells. I'm just going to run through these really quickly. So, I don't know what you guessed they might be, but bag number 1 was pepper. Would anyone like a bag of pepper as a prize? Who guessed pepper? Okay. I'm not. Okay. I don't know where bag number 2's gone, but it's not. Oh, but bag number 3. Who guessed lemon? You've won a lemon-flavoured tissue. Bag number 4, cinnamon. Who guessed cinnamon? Hannah wins the cinnamon. And bag number 6 was bay leaves. Did anyone get bay leaves? Oh, nice. You've won a bag of bay leaves. I'm not entirely sure where bags 2 and 5 are, but whoever has them, you've also won a prize. There you go. You've yeah, share them with your family. So, just going forward, and then we will be able to leave, I hope, on time. So there are we've talked a lot about how we might model smell on Wikidata and lots of questions. There is quite a comprehensive ontology for smell and heritage that was come up with by the project Ode Europa. I would really recommend Googling Ode Europa and looking at their enormous multi-million-pound project. This is the ontology that they came up with, and it's different to the one that's on Wikidata at the moment. I think there's potential to learn from both and for there to be some cross experience, but I am one user and you are the community. So let's go from there. The slides are all on the Event as well, so you should be able to have all this afterwards. And, questions I have, what's the ontology for smell in Wikidata at the moment? I'd love to talk to people about that. How can we use it to enrich Wikidata or other projects? There were some ideas in the spreadsheet, but there's lots to do with fungus, I noticed. So biologists, please, let's get that fungus on there. We could run a smell-related event. I've given away all my prizes, but, and also just talk to others, talk to other people who are doing things. That's my 1 minute warning. But finally, I have another gift for you all, which in true Wikimania fashion is a sticker. But they're not just any sticker. So we've got smelly stickers. Thanks everyone. So one are meant to smell of strawberries, and one are meant to smell of blueberries. Heavy influence on the meant. Because I'm not entirely sure that they smell that like. But I'm going to pass these round. So we need to qualify if I'm meant to. And very finally, I'd like to say a really big thank you to all of you for coming and being great sports as well. I was entirely unsure as to how this would go, but we've done a great job. Yeah, and a big thank you to Glory, who has planned all of this with me. We've worked across time zones. We've, tried to make the internet work. And if you get a chance to hear her talk about her knowledge about medicine and health and smell, I really, really recommend it because she is a superstar. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the Wikidata smell for sure. It gets better when you open both doors, but not.
Do we have microphone? Yes. I mean.
Okay.
That's one of the mics.
If we have to decompose, so
Check.
Renata is talking first.
You are the.
Oh, yeah, that's yours.
Who's going first? I don't remember. You're going first.
No, you.
Am I? All right.
Okay, let's start. The funny thing. Good morning. The funny thing of when you speak in European conference is that usually you are not very visible if you are from my high. And my name is Renata Avila. I'm the CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation. But this session, called All for One, One for All, is dedicated to the Open Knowledge Network. And not only to the Open Knowledge Network, but to all of you, part of this big umbrella of open communities that are trying to create, with the principle of openness, a better world. Let me tell you very quickly, the Open Knowledge Network is a broad umbrella collective of individual experts, activists, artists, archivists, librarians, and organizations, youth clubs, and many actors located in several countries, in 5 continents, working together to advance the principle of open knowledge. And today you will have the opportunity to discuss at least with 4 continents of those, and with a series of experience on why we think that it makes sense to leave our national borders and to work together across topics and across borders, across regions, and together in collaboration with other communities that are very similar to us, like the Wikimedia community. Just to mention, before we were so inspired by Wikimania happening here that we brought our annual meeting that is tiny. I mean, it was 1/4 of this room to here to Katowice to design our strategy for the next year. And then in the second day, you were very generous to offer us a space to host that Day Zero event, where after our network meeting, we converged with the Creative Commons community and the Wikimedia community and Open Future community, which is more like an organization more specialized in policy, to also map priorities and try to figure out how we can work in the next 12 months together. Well, I don't want to take a lot of space, so we will move to the relevant people in this room. That is all of you and our dear panelists, and we will start discussing basically what is going on, our priorities, and how can we work better together. So I will start with inviting the panelists to, at the same time, introduce themselves and answer the first question. We will start with Sonia. And the first question is, what are the current trends in the open movement and what are the areas that need our collective attention?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sonia Fischbauer. I work at the Open Knowledge Foundation Germany in Berlin. And as a volunteer, I am now the chair of the board of Wikimedia Austria. So I'm here a little bit bridging the 2 worlds. And I think one of the areas that needs our collective attention in the broader open movement, be it open knowledge or the Wikimedia world, is the definition of what we all collectively understand to be openness. In a world where it's no longer just open data movement or the open science movement that claims the word for themselves, but also OpenAI that uses it for profit and which is a private company. I think we need to have, as a movement, a discussion about what are our values, what does open really mean? Do we understand it as just a technical term, open in terms of open data must be machine readable and accessible, or do we also encapsulate social values and values of social justice and equity, etc.? I think that's one of the current topics.
And to the other side of the world, what do you think about it, Poncelet?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Poncelet, Open Knowledge Gambia. And if we look at what is happening today, in September we'll be having the Summit of the Future by the United Nations during the 79th General Assembly. Within that Summit of the Future, in 2020, they had a common agenda, which the UN Secretary General said, and part of that common agenda was the Global Digital Compact. And the third objective of the Global Digital Compact that will be discussed in the Summit of the Future deals a lot with inclusivity, openness, safety, and human rights. I think we should try within our own communities to focus on what the Global Digital Compact means to us, because it comes from the United Nations. We have to be involved. All our countries are part of that movement. So we need to know what is happening within the Global Digital Compact and try to preach those principles and objectives, or implement them rather, within our communities using a very collaborative framework that lives at grassroots matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet. And part of that, if we look at the global agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, is culture. And culture is something also that unites our communities. What do you think, Susanna, on our priorities? Coming back to this side, but going up north?
Hi, I'm Susanna Arnes. I'm probably much more familiar from the Wikimedia context. We have been working with this group Avoinglam, related to the concept of Open Glam since 2012 in the broad umbrella of Open Knowledge Finland. And currently I'm temporarily the ED at Open Knowledge Finland. So this is what brings me to this panel specifically. And well, I would like to subscribe to the concept of cultural commons. This is what I see a great urgency for us working together on. We would want to have the enablers of our cultural, joint, common cultural heritage to be supported by platforms, tools, practices, collaborations in the face of specifically AI that is taking advantage of materials, and then for us to maybe create something substantial with which we can, create a better foundation for knowledge.
So far we have collaboration in global processes, collaboration across our cultural commons, and in emerging technologies. But now we have someone here from one of the countries that are movers and shakers in pushing for global processes for a better world, and that's Brazil. So Heide, which are the trends that you're seeing in the open movement in the Global South in Brazil, and what can you share with us?
Hello, good morning. I'm Ede from Open Knowledge Brazil. And I will list two current trends and maybe 2 points that need our collective attention. The first one is combating disinformation through openness, transparency, and education. And also, of course, climate change mitigation, because I have to recognize that not only the need for multi-level and cross-border engagement, but also the impacts of the most vulnerable population. And I'm Brazil, and we are in the focus of this discussion now. And in terms of our collective attention, I think strengthening science and critical and autonomous spirit through education and through communication, effective communication with people in the ground. Otherwise, anti-vax and planet Earth theories will grow and grow and grow. We are going to fight and fight against it. And for us, connectivity is not a reality, so meaningful connectivity is really important for us to fight against inequalities. I think that's my contributions.
Thank you so much. And then we go to Asia, and one of our youngest members is here, who has been a veteran already in the open movement, starting very, 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 very young. Nikesh, could you share with us your perspective from Nepal?
Thank you, Renata. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Nikesh Palami. I am from Open Knowledge Nepal. So talking about the trends and threats, so looking from the perspective of Nepal or from the perspective of the South Asia, we personally believe that a lot of information, knowledge, data, digital commons has been developed, but the questions remains on the importance of integrated and interoperable systems or the platforms where we can enable the cross-border data flows, because I think from the regional perspective, from the global perspective, things are moving really great. But how can, for example, in the context of Nepal, how can data or commons from Nepal and India flows or Nepal and Bangladesh flows so that these regional gaps can be bridged? And also one important aspect is about the data and digital literacy. So I think lots of I think we barely talk about the literacy aspect, but the gaps has been very created in this global ecosystem, because there has been always the knowledge gaps from who were already better and who are still struggling on moving forward. Yeah, so that's the point from my side.
And just to close, Sarah, from your international coordination perspective, what do you think about the trends that you're seeing from?
Thank you. I'm Sara Petti. I'm the International Network Lead at Open Knowledge Foundation. And I think one thing that I want to mention, just to kind of like continue on what Nikesh was just saying about digital literacy, I think that one of the things that maybe we should try to do collectively is creating a welcoming environment also for people that want to join our movement. And for that, I think we should maybe focus a little bit on the language barriers that we have. And when I say language, I mean, of course, things that are available in other languages than English, but I also mean sometimes we tend to describe our tools or our communities or what we do on open data set with a very technical language, which can be a barrier, because when people then read something, they don't understand it, they will just think that that tool, that data set is not for them. So this is something that we definitely need to tackle, I think. Another thing is the overwhelming quantity of data that is available out there. And also one thing that we are really thinking about at the Open Knowledge Foundation is the overwhelming complexity of technology. And if you want to speak about that, I encourage you to go and speak to Patricio Del Boca, our tech lead just there, who's behind the initiative, The Tech We Want. But besides of that, I think that the main point that I wanted to make, I think that our collective attention should really focus on there are all these trends, and AI is one of them right now. And I think that as a collective, we should try to maybe bring the focus to something else, which is more important in the end, trying to counter a little bit this obsession that we have in our capitalistic society about what is disruptive, what is innovative. Because in the end, what really, a big part of what matters to make our tools, our data still relevant is the maintenance work, all this invisible work that is behind, that people are doing and that no one is noticing because it's not an event. So maybe that's something that we should try to do all together.
Thank you, Sarah. And during our meeting, our network meeting, we observed different trends. We will share later the mapping that we did both at the Open Knowledge Foundation network, but later at Commons Cause in a more collective arena. But one of the things that we observed was a lot of open washing, a lot of also a feeling of losing relevance of the movement, and a lot of dispersion across the big family that open should be. At the same time, we observe some trends, for example, that the same person who does Wikimedia, does Creative Commons, and does open knowledge in some of the countries, there's a lot of, in small community, a lot of energy placed in different projects. So the next question is, how can we, collaborate in the open? Literally, like the topic of this meeting. How can we be really all for one and one for all? How can we build bridges, like real sustainable bridges among the organizations? And how can, be stronger together and build more resilient digital commons? So we will change the order, and we will start with Nikesh on the ideas about this.
Thank you, Renata, for the question. I think in terms of how we can bridge or broader the collaboration, so I see a clear forward answers by working more on collaboration on the regional level, because I think doing collaboration on regional level is much more effective from the top-down approach, because every region has their own perspective of doing things or their own priorities. So maybe focusing more on the regional collaboration will always be more effective. And on another part, I think we need to start celebrating our small wins, no matter how small they are. So once we start celebrating our success, our failures, I think that will motivate more people to join at this momentum, and also give clarity on how we have been like reaching out to more people and how we have been trying to do this stuff. And last but not the least, I think another important part is we need to tell better stories in terms of things we have been doing, because in Nepal, what I personally feel is we have been doing a lot of stuff on digital commons and open data kinds of stuff, but it's inside the bubble. So the same types of people are found everywhere in the small countries. I think there are like 10-15 organizations working in this momentum, and in each meeting you see similar types of faces, kinds of stuff. That's the reason, because maybe we haven't really started promoting or started telling better stories of the things that we have been doing or the impact we have been making, so that new faces, young people start joining this momentum and start advocating for it. So maybe as we build collaboration on the regional levels, and as we start highlighting the best practices, we also need to tell the stories from the better perspective, so that more and more people join this momentums, and things get much more better moving from here.
Sarah, which other strategies of collaboration have you identified and tested that work?
So again, I want to highlight something that Nikas just said, and the fact that we need to build common narratives, because at the end, all our communities have these common values and this common mission, and sometimes we are a bit, because maybe also like a lot of us are working as volunteers, we don't have a lot of time, and so we tend to stay a lot in our communities, and we don't have the time and the space to open up. So I think events like this one, like Wikimania, we should have more of those, but really an event where we can have a cup of coffee together, we can share stories, we can share a laugh, and then that really kind of like lays the foundation for more collaboration. I also know that Wikimedia, for example, has regional hubs, and we also have regional hubs. We studied a prototype earlier this year in April. So is this something, some of our regional hubs actually kind of like overlap a little bit. So is this something also where we could collaborate? Could we sort of like make it in a way that our regional hubs meet like once every quarter or something like this and share experience, maybe start doing little things together? One thing that is very functioning, for example, in our network, which is a very easy initiative, is Open Data Day, which is a big initiative that everybody does and everybody knows, and it's across communities. It's not linked to one specific one, so that could be an easy way to collaborate. We also have kind of like showcases of what our network and our allies do in terms of projects, but also in terms of expertise. And it's the Open Knowledge Network Project Repository and the Open Knowledge Network Global Directory. So I definitely invite you to go and have a look at that. And then the last thing that I would mention is we talk about this global collaboration, we talk about these regional hubs, but then again, and this is not the first event that happens. This is like kind of like a regular thing that we see happening all the time. There are people from our communities that are excluded because of visa reasons. So is this something that also we can maybe build alliances all together to make it in a way that if we want open knowledge, we cannot have closed borders?
Thank you, Sarah. And something that you mentioned of the regional collaboration and coordination, it is really working well somehow, because the reality is if we see the rooms in most of the European conference look like there's someone is missing always, and then more regional coordination is leading to interesting things. Poncelet, what do you think about this? And how can we collaborate better?
I think when I'll put it with a very Pan-African centric approach, what I look at. I was in the session this morning. You had on the funnel approach, what Wikipedia is trying to do to increase the number of editors in Africa from 2,000 to maybe 5,000 by 2030. Although there was no opportunity to ask a question, but I looked at it, I'll look at it holistically. The Open Knowledge Foundation, within our regional hubs, we all work with university. My organization, Joko Labs Banjul, we work with universities around Africa. There's a big disconnect between what happens in the open space with African universities, for example. The only way you can grow a knowledge base with a population of 1.4 billion people, where 60% of the population are young people, is to work with our African universities. When you work with them, the Wikipedia editing and information on Africa, it will grow. And open knowledge can help do that because our regional hubs, I told Sarah I don't like the word prototypes that have been proven to concept, all work with universities. University students with faculties, we need to get our faculties above, and that is a way we can collaborate. So we need to see that within this community that comes to Wikimania, yes, majority are from the wiki space. You also have collaborators like Open Knowledge. How do we work to grow openness, especially linking it? That's why I'm very centric within my continent with our African universities, where we in the Open Knowledge Foundation, we have those linkages that will make it grow. So I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet and Heide. In Brazil, and from your experience, how are you building those bridges internally, and what do you learn is going to help us in building those bridges globally?
I'll begin with an example and a little reflection on it. Recently, we did Code Amazonia. And I'm from São Paulo. I'm from a great urban area in South, and Amazonia is the north. It's far from away. Brazil is a huge, big, and diverse country. So we have to have a very careful approach in building Code Amazonia, giving a space to local people, to their voices to be heard. And it was them, indigenous people, quilombolas people, riverside communities, that told us how they are doing, for example, citizen-centered generation of data. Not us that is going to there tell them how to do their things. It's they that tells the world what they need and how to build solutions for their needs. And in that approach, I think events and campaigns are really important checkpoints for us to exchange experiences, learn from each other, and firstly, listen to each other, and respecting our diversity. And I will let you an invitation. We have América Aberta, Open America event in this December, for 3rd to 6th December. And we see this event as a construction to COP30 in 2025, and as a way for us to articulate local and global levels, and also coordinate back. We have to, being here, being América Aberta, and being COP30 is for us to coordinate actions in local levels, because I really believe that we live in local levels, that's our reality, and I think only grounded actions can really impact reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Heide. And it's something that in the 2 meetings that we were it was a moment that was identified as the COP that is going to have take place in Rio by the end of next year, a key moment where our movement, open movement, can shine and actually achieve a lot. Sonia, you wanted to also take bring your perspective on this. What do you have to tell us?
Yeah, we've heard a couple of really good points that basically cover mostly everything. I mean, you could talk a lot about how to build bridges and how to foster collaboration. But I think what is especially relevant to the Wikimedia movement, who now we are in a strategy process. We're in the midst of maybe something that you could I call negotiations about governance. And I think something that the Open Knowledge Network does well, even though it is a smaller network, way smaller, with products that are not so succinct like Wikipedia, Wikidata. In the Open Knowledge Network, we work on very different things in very different regional structures. But I think the Wikimedia movement could learn from collaboration with the Open Knowledge Network and also with collaboration with other like-minded communities, more about decentralized governance and about subsidiarity, letting the people on the ground make as many decisions as possible, relinquishing power and giving more voice to the people who are not in the room yet, and opening our mind for maybe the status quo to be a bit more challenged as what we consider worthy knowledge and worthy skills. I think there's a bit more out there.
Thank you, Sonia. And to close this round, because we will have some time also to discuss, Susanna, tell us, how can we achieve that better with?
Yeah, I kind of embody this cross-collaboration. So I'm bringing in the table 4 verbs and an extra verb. So I have work together. So for example, work on tools that we use, work on practices, best practices, for example, documenting our best practices and sharing them with each other. Here comes the bonus, the mix and match and sprinkle. So take parts of each other's practices and use them, combine, mix and match them together. And for example, I can imagine, for example, CCAN being used for Wikidata import pipelines or something similar. And then again, celebrate. We have like in 2012, Open Knowledge Festival in Helsinki sparked maybe like a whole decade of enthusiasm in open knowledge, and that is needed again.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think that celebration and spirit of like a broad umbrella where we celebrate small and big projects is something that has been missing for a long time. It has been like a lot of big organizations having, like, we have the Creative Commons Summit and we have the Wikimedia. Like, each community grew a lot, but kind of grew to the inside somehow. And we, like, one of the reflections that we had is like precisely when we want to work together, we're in the same space, but we don't know where to start. So because we have like, almost, 12 to 10 to 12 minutes left, what I wanted to invite is not, this is not a question only to the panelists, but in general, which topics that you think of we can collaborate on as an open movement, and also invite the audience to ask any question that you want from this. So the floor is open if you want to say something. Yes, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Friederike von Franke. I am working for Wikimedia Germany, and somehow by chance I ended up in UN negotiating UN processes and trying to implement or strengthen the open idea in UN processes. And there I realized we meet, and sometimes we don't, because, these are international conferences. So I guess we can cooperate in just sharing what might be the important events and conferences and what we think, but what the governments think, and so sharing knowledge. I have a steep learning curve, what the UN is about, and what are these negotiations about, and what are the hell these freaking very difficult documents about. And we can share that, I guess. And I want to highlight that in this place, we already can celebrate our wins because we are together here already.
Absolutely.
And this might be just a start. And I like the idea with the Helsinki conference too. And I also want to bring to mind, maybe it's a pyramid. Imagine a pyramid. On the top level, there's this UN governmental stuff. In the mid level, there are the universities. Thank you for this highlighting universities and like the multiplicator institutions, open public institutions that can leverage the open idea. And then we have the bottom level of all our nice local initiatives that are needed to rejuvenate. And but we shouldn't only focus on that. We need all 3 levels, but we can't do everything. So I guess we are starting to sort it, and I'm very positive that this is a great start today.
Thank you so much. And I guess that is a challenge also to invert that pyramid and put the community at top, right? So you have a comment about it, Sarah.
Yes. So thanks, first of all, for your comment. When you started talking about how can we learn, all these UN complicated processes, it brought to mind. Our chapter in Ghana, Open Knowledge Ghana, basically the founder, Max Beganim, who should have been here but is not, started a kind of what started as a grassroots campaign. So basically he went to COP last year and he noticed that our movement was completely absent there. There was no one, no civil society, no activists. So he thought, okay, how can we make it in a way that we involve more people, but also that we build capacity within the movement, as exactly what you were saying, to understand how the negotiation work, how can we go there and really deliver a message. So the Open Goes COP initiative was launched a couple of months ago and is open to anyone. So you can just, if you Google it, you'll find it easily. But I definitely encourage you, if you're interested, for example, in climate, which is something that comes a lot in the program of Wikimania this year, of course, I would definitely encourage you to go and have a look. And it's interesting, as Renata was saying, because it's not something that started from the top, but it's really something that started almost as a grassroots initiative. And I think the richness of our movement is also that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Comments, invitations, suggestions, disagreements, all is welcome.
Just because universities were mentioned, I would also like to mention libraries, university libraries, but also public libraries as a strong partner on all the levels. Even UN, there are library organizations who are negotiating and are at the UN table. So please don't forget as partners, because one aspect of libraries that we need in the movement is to make sure we are open to everyone, not only educated or young people, but also everyone, seniors and adult populations, and libraries can reach them better.
Thank you for that. You're okay.
Yeah, please, Poncel.
Just to add, the IFLA, I mean, it's a very, very big international association from all the libraries. They are also in the WIPO, for example, and I think this could be also a good partner.
Thank you very much, because when you look at, I like the way you mentioned the libraries, because like with UNESCO, they always involve the libraries in everything they do. They are part of the Global Digital Compact, and they deal with stuff on the Internet Universal Indicators, the IUI, which UNESCO has. I think Germany has a very good report on the IUI, published by UNESCO as a good example. A number of African countries, Kenya, Gambia, Senegal, have done it. And you have to always link the Internet Universal Indicators with what happens with general knowledge, and libraries come to play, because a lot of people still use these libraries, especially at the grassroots level, and most of them now are embedded with technology, whereby you now have traditional national libraries having digital libraries embedded in them, because that's where the average person can get access to all this knowledge. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Just a note, we have the Open Data Day that happens every March, and something that we wanted to highlight as a potential collaboration. Don't think that it's only about open data. It's about much more than open data. And one of the allies, libraries and universities, are key allies in that moment. They open the doors for our communities to meet. So they're not only the places where, knowledge is shared, but the places where people can meet to share knowledge without a cost. And it's very exciting. Yes, sir.
Sorry to come again, but I come from a background of library. So what I like about our network in a way is that I like to think about our network as a kind of remote library in a way, because for me, libraries are really those safe space with a very low barrier to entry that everyone is welcome to join, and where people can find trusted information and people that they can trust. And I think the network that we're trying to build is, in a way, ideally modeled on a model of library. So definitely, libraries are our allies from the starting.
Yes.
I have one.
Okay.
Yes, but it's a different topic, okay?
Please, different topics. As
yes,
many topics.
I'm here, and I, unfortunately, but it's necessary. I have to talk about money. So, how we could collaborate on having money. So I think we should reivindicating and enabling funding, as a community together, because there are very scarce resources in non-profit sector, and especially in Global South. So that's my 2 cents in this discussion, how we could, and I think we must cooperate on.
And I think that is also connected to something that all of you shared earlier of narratives. I think many of you connected our work in the open movement to strengthen democracy, and protecting the planet, protect access to education, access to opportunities, and so on. And sometimes when we seek for money, is very narrow, the approach. And maybe like if anyone in the community of Wikimedia has experience in expanding and making the case in a more broader way, we would love to learn from you. And more topics of collaboration that you can think of? Yes.
Sorry. I think that maybe something that we could also collectively try to concentrate on is digital literacy. I think that in a way we all build tools, but you need skills to actually be able to use those tools, whether it is a data set, whether it is an open data portal, whether it is just like, Wikidata or stuff like this. People need to understand it, so maybe that's something that we could also collectively think about.
Any other topic? I want to go back to something and just do a thermometer of opinion. If we were proposing like a very light infrastructure for people in your country to meet once a month online with the other open communities, will you be willing to participate? If you were willing to participate, raise your hand. Okay. It's interesting. And if same-wise, if with a very simple structure of coordination, if you were attending the same event with members of other communities, even if it's not, for example, a UN meeting, a RightsCon, or the conference, would you be willing to allocate 1 hour of your time to meet the open community folks attending the same event? Okay, thank you.
You're doing that right now, right? Everyone.
Exactly.
It's a good audience.
And I want to just let the panel close comments if you want. And then we will be available for a little while outside for furthering the conversation. So if you have something still to say, please feel free. We can start here and end with Sonia.
Well, I would be just repeating myself. I fiercely believe in this collaboration, this cross-pollination of ideas and joining forces to defend the commons.
I would like to say collaboration begins now. We have started something, and the Global Digital Compact, we should all be involved in it because it's a bottom-top approach, and we shouldn't forget that we are from various regions, various countries, and our strength is our diversity. So we should remember that. Thank you.
In our perspective, collaboration and openness are key factors to strengthen democratic governments. So that's the way. Thank you for you all to being here today.
So yeah, together we are very strong. So let's tap into each other's strengths and let's foster these collaborations on all 3 levels: global, regional, and the local levels. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what everybody just said. I think that as a movement, we are very diverse in the things that we're doing, in the way that we're doing it, but we have this core mission and these core values that are the same for everyone, and we want to advance. And we have this idea of a sort of common good. So yeah, all for one for all. United we stand, divided we fall, I think.
I think there are many things that we can collaborate on and many points where we can start and everything. I think ideas happen spontaneously and a bit chaotically, so anything that starts, I think, is a good point. So we can do no wrong here if we just do something.
And I think that the shared ethic of respect, inclusion, excellence that we have seen in this room is that what we convey. So thank you so much for coming here, and you know where to find us. I hope that we see each other more often and exchange more often as well.
Thank you.
have been getting that this is going to stay. The IGF is going to be a continuation, and the GTC will rely on the IGF to achieve all subjectives. Yeah, exactly.
dentro de la Wikipedia en lengua vasca. Bien. Bueno, este es el logo de Txikipedia. El nombre hace referencia, bueno, es un juego. Uy, excuse me, translators. El nombre Txikipedia es un juego de palabras con Wikipedia y la palabra vasca txiki, que significa pequeño, significa kid, niño, más o menos. Y como veis, nuestro logo es txikia eta aske, txiki eta aske, que significa pequeño y libre. Libre por el libre conocimiento, claramente. Bueno, no sé si conocen qué es Txikipedia, no sé si alguien la conoce. ¿Alguien tiene conocimiento, ha oído alguna vez de Txikipedia? Ya me lo temía. Bueno, no pasa nada. Claro, los vascos sí, eso es tener ventaja. Bueno, como digo, Txikipedia es una enciclopedia, una wiki enciclopedia destinada en principio para chavales entre 8, 13, 14 años, bueno, más o menos. ¿De acuerdo? Hay más enciclopedias online que podéis conocer probablemente, pero son de diferentes modelos. Quizás algunos conocerán pues, la británica Kids, por ejemplo, pero esta no tiene nada que ver con el conocimiento libre. Esta es de pago, es comercial. ¿De acuerdo? En cambio, hay otras que sí que son de conocimiento libre, como por ejemplo, no sé si la conocen, Lexicon, que es una enciclopedia en alemán para chavales también entre 8 y 13 años aproximadamente. Digamos que alumnos de primaria, de los últimos cursos de primaria. ¿Vale? Esta enciclopedia, como lo pone aquí, además se llama Die Wikipedia für Kinder, la Wikipedia para niños. El nombre Wikipedia, pero ellos no están en Wikipedia. Es una enciclopedia externa a Wikipedia, ¿ok? Y aunque es de libre conocimiento, no funciona exactamente igual que, por ejemplo, hay otras que luego os voy a enseñar, o cómo funciona la Wikipedia. Tienen un grupo restringido de usuarios. ¿De acuerdo? Son unos pocos usuarios. No sé exactamente si serán 30, 40 o 50, no lo recuerdo con exactitud, y son ellos quienes hacen los artículos. Es decir, no puede escribir un artículo en Lexicon cualquiera, como se puede hacer en Wikipedia, por ejemplo. También existe Wikidia, que quizás es más conocida, no estoy seguro. Wikidia sí que es una Wikipedia exactamente de acceso libre y para todo el mundo. En la pantalla no sé si se ve muy bien porque está la letra muy pequeñita. Aquí dice la enciclopedia de 8 a 13 años que cualquiera puede editar. Es decir, es de acceso abierto y no solamente es de acceso abierto para cualquier persona, sino también para cualquier persona de cualquier edad. Quiero decir que también los chavales pueden editar artículos, pueden escribir artículos en Wikidia, al contrario de lo que pasaba con Lexicon, por ejemplo. ¿De acuerdo? Pero Wikidia no está tampoco dentro de Wikipedia. ¿De acuerdo? Es externa. Están relacionados y demás, pero quiero decir que son parte también ellos de Wikimedia France y demás, pero son páginas diferentes, son organizaciones diferentes, todo es diferente, ¿de acuerdo? Bueno, Wikidia no solamente existe en francés, existe en otros idiomas, como podéis ver. La más desarrollada, bueno, francés veis que tiene 40 y tantos mil artículos, no está nada mal, ¿de acuerdo? Italiano después ya baja hasta los 10.000 y luego el resto de lenguas, bueno, español, 7.000, etcétera. Bueno, ahí veis. También está, por cierto, euskera, no sé si os suena el nombre, pues el nombre del vasco. En euskera, el vasco se llama euskera. Bueno, esa es la que, digamos, el antecedente de Txikipedia. Bueno, y luego también existe en holandés, o neerlandés, perdón, Wikikids, que es exactamente igual que Wikidia. También tiene acceso todo el mundo, incluidos los estudiantes de primaria o secundaria o lo que sea. Y también tiene bastantes artículos. No sé si se ve, 45.000 artículos. Está bastante desarrollada. Bueno, esta es la página principal de Txikipedia. Bueno, ¿cuál es la particularidad de Txikipedia? Que está dentro de Wikipedia, de la Wikipedia en lengua vasca, mientras que las demás todas son externas. Txikipedia es la única enciclopedia infantil que está dentro de la Wikipedia. Bueno, ¿cómo es eso? Bueno, todos los idiomas generalmente tienen, esta es la página de inicio en inglés, y tienen dos pestañas, como vemos aquí, ¿okay? Que es la página principal y después la página de discusión. Bueno, si veis ahí en rojo, nosotros tenemos, esta es la página principal de la Wikipedia en euskera, en vasco, tiene 3 pestañas, no 2. Y como veis, bueno, no sé si lo veis muy bien, la letra es pequeñita y no sé si se ve muy bien, ahí están los accesos a Txikipedia, tanto en el menú, a la izquierda, como en las pestañas, ¿ok? Bueno, si hacemos clic en uno o en otro, vamos a la página esta, a esta página que es la página principal de la enciclopedia Txikipedia, de Txikipedia, ¿ok? Bueno, en esta página además hay 2 buscadores. El que está arriba es el principal, el de Wikipedia. Podemos acceder a los contenidos de Wikipedia y si hay algún contenido que tenga artículo en Wikipedia y en Txikipedia, podremos acceder al artículo correspondiente. O hay un buscador, este de abajo, que es específico para Txikipedia. Si buscamos ahí un artículo, solamente saldrá, nos llevará directamente, mejor dicho, al artículo en Txikipedia. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno. Digamos que buscamos un artículo sobre la Tierra. Tenemos que dar clase a nuestros alumnos y necesitamos que se lean algo sobre la Tierra. Este es el artículo en lengua vasca de la Wikipedia. Este es el artículo de la Wikipedia. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno, como es una fotografía, no puedo sacar todo el artículo porque es muy extenso. Pueden ser fácilmente 20 páginas. 20 páginas para un chaval de 8, 9, 10 años es un poquito exagerado, ¿no? Y es el motivo que nos ha llevado, entre otras razones, a crear Txikipedia. Porque Txikipedia es una enciclopedia, una wiki enciclopedia, que está adaptada a la edad de los usuarios y al currículum escolar de esos usuarios, al nivel de lenguaje, etc. Bueno, podemos hacer una comparación. Aquí tenemos la misma página, bueno, la que hemos visto antes, de la Wikipedia y de Txikipedia. Como veis, la diferencia es muy grande. La página principal tiene 144.000 bytes y la página de Txikipedia tiene solamente 2.700. El texto es el que veis, no hay más. Un chaval de 8, 9, 10 años no necesita 20 páginas sobre la Tierra, ¿de acuerdo? O lo puede necesitar, pero lo organizamos de otra manera, como veis, de una manera mucho más visual. Los contenidos que pueden ser relacionados con el tema están aquí, ¿vale? Con un hiperlink, con un hipervínculo que nos lleva a otro artículo. Aquí tenemos, no sé si se ve muy bien, pues la biosfera, la geosfera y demás. Es decir, podemos ir viendo todo el currículum que en primaria tienen que ver con los diferentes artículos. Y está hecho de una manera muy visual. Como veis, hay muchas fotografías, las fotografías son más grandes, ¿de acuerdo? Y luego, no sé si os fijáis bien, pero los hipervínculos están subrayados y tienen una letra diferente. Los que están subrayados son que tienen artículo en Txikipedia. Hay algunos, como este que lo veis aquí, que no está subrayado. Eso significa que no tiene artículo en Txikipedia, pero sí, evidentemente, en Wikipedia, ¿vale? De manera que, si a alguien le interesa, va al artículo en Wikipedia. ¿De acuerdo? Y bueno, luego pues hay otra serie de cositas, pues algo para remarcar, que significa, ¿sabes qué? Y luego pues ahí da un detalle. Entonces es una forma muy visual de organizar la información. Claro, Wikipedia en euskera este 7 de agosto, como veis ahí, agosto, hemos alcanzado 438.000 y pico artículos. Txikipedia solamente tiene 7.200, es decir, no llegamos ni al 2% del total, como es lógico, ¿vale? Entonces eso significa que evidentemente hay muchísimos artículos, hay 98% de artículos en Wikipedia que no tienen versión en euskera, en Txikipedia, perdón, lógicamente. Vale, bueno, ¿eso qué significa? Bueno, pues por ejemplo, visualmente también eso lo damos a conocer para el usuario para facilitar la navegación. Este es un artículo de Wikipedia que no tiene artículo en Txikipedia. Y como veis, el logo es diferente, está en rojo, TX, es diferente, no tiene el nombre, y eso significa que no hay artículo. Bueno. Siendo alumnos de 8 a 13 años aproximadamente, bueno, entenderemos que el uso que dan es sobre todo de consulta. Consultan los temas que verán en clase o que los profesores les dicen que consulten o tienen que hacer un trabajo sobre lo que sea. Entonces, sobre todo es de consulta. Bueno, aquí podéis ver cuáles son los usos o las visitas que ha tenido durante el mes pasado de mayo, por ejemplo, ¿no? Durante todo el mes, bueno, pues conseguimos 100.000 visitas. Tenéis que tener en cuenta que la lengua vasca es, como muy optimísticamente hablando, tiene 1 millón de hablantes. 100.000 visitas son muchas visitas, ¿de acuerdo? Y diariamente son 3.000 y pico visitas, cosa que no está nada mal. Además coincide con el horario escolar, los días de clase, sábados y domingos baja, y en agosto 0 o casi 0, ¿de acuerdo? Bueno, y luego veis, bueno, pues los artículos, evidentemente, fijaos, la primera sala es la página principal, por eso tiene más accesos, claro, se llega a la página principal, y luego el primer artículo más visto ese mes, creo que se entiende perfectamente, ecosistema. Es algo del currículum escolar de ciencias que están viendo en no sé qué curso, ¿de acuerdo? Y el segundo es ser vivo, los seres vivos. Seguimos hablando de ciencias. El tercero sería más de historia, que es la edad moderna. Y el cuarto, sorpresivamente, es China. No sé por qué, pero es China. Bueno, vale, esto es Txikipedia. Vale, ya conocéis Txikipedia. Y ahora lo que os voy a presentar es precisamente el proyecto que tenía el título, mi presentación. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno, como he dicho, es una enciclopedia para consultar, pero también es una enciclopedia para usarla activamente, para que el alumnado sea usuario activo, sea wikipedista o txikipedista, si queréis, para que escriba también artículos. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, bueno, tenemos la suerte de que un miembro de nuestra asociación bueno, hay muchos miembros de nuestra asociación que son profesores, y un profesor de una escuela situada en, aquí pone, Zumaya. Zumaya es una localidad costera que está en el País Vasco y que enseña en el instituto de la localidad. Es un wikipedista muy activo y vio que esto podía ser muy interesante para hacer un uso activo con su alumnado, o no solo con el suyo propio, sino con el alumnado del propio centro, ¿de acuerdo? Y ya en el año 2018, como veis ahí, comenzaron ya a hacer los primeros artículos, con la ayuda del profesor, evidentemente. Cómo hay que hacerlos, que es... Todos los alumnos de esa edad ya conocen Wikipedia, todo hay que decirlo. Otra cosa es que puedan utilizarla y demás. Bueno, y mucho menos no saben ya cómo hacerlo. Entonces, por supuesto, hay que explicarles cómo hay que hacer los artículos, cómo funciona todo, cuál es la filosofía del modelo wiki, etcétera, etcétera. Bueno, en este centro, como digo, empezaron en el 2018, antes de la pandemia, como veis. Y luego, durante el año de la pandemia, ya veis que están ahí todos con la mascarilla, durante el año 2021, ya pusieron en marcha un taller permanente que está integrado en el currículum escolar del centro. Es decir, todos los años los alumnos de cuarto de secundaria y de primero de bachillerato tienen que entrar a trabajar en ese taller con los diferentes profesores que están trabajando o que están formando el grupo, ¿de acuerdo? La comunidad dentro de esa escuela. Es esta escuela en la que en estos 5 años, desde el 2018 hasta ahora, han hecho 1000 y pico artículos, más de 1000. Bueno, como veis aquí, bueno, en principio el responsable es el taller de ciencias, que es el que dirige este profesor, que es wikipedista, ¿de acuerdo? Pero participan los profesores de las diversas ciencias, también de literatura y de música, y los estudiantes de cuarto de secundaria y también de primero de bachillerato, como pone ahí. Bueno, el objetivo que se plantean a través de este taller, como veis aquí, es alimentar Txikipedia, es decir, escribir artículos para Txikipedia, de esa manera que sirva para reforzar los conceptos aprendidos en clase, es una manera de reforzarlos. También es una manera de sentir motivación, porque es muy distinto hacer un artículo, hacer un texto para que se lo lea el profe o la profe, incluso hacerlo para el blog de la escuela. En muchas escuelas tienen blogs, pero es muy distinto que tu trabajo después aparezca en Wikipedia, claro, o en algo que está relacionado con Wikipedia, como es Txikipedia, ¿no? Pero además se aprovecha también para que a esas edades comiencen a conocer cuál es la filosofía que hay detrás del sistema wiki, detrás de Wikipedia. El conocimiento universal, el acceso libre, el trabajo colaborativo. Bueno, ¿cómo se hace? Bueno, pues con la implicación del profesorado, evidentemente. ¿Vale? Los profesores les dan unas notas iniciales de cómo tienen que desarrollar el trabajo y luego por parejas, se reúnen los alumnos por parejas y comienzan a pensar qué artículo pueden hacer, dependiendo de la clase que estén. Si es de ciencias, pues lo que estén viendo en ese momento puede ser. Y comienzan... Uy, ¿estoy de para atrás? No, se me ha colado lo del motivation. Bueno, entonces comienzan a redactar el borrador de un artículo, obtienen la información que sea necesaria, tienen que ver cuál es más necesaria que otra, tienen que... Claro, el artículo no pueden ser 20 páginas, tienen que ser como máximo una página y media, más o menos, ¿de acuerdo? Porque aunque sean de cuarto de secundaria y de primero de bachillerato, los artículos se supone que no son para ellos, sino que son para los alumnos de los cursos anteriores, de 8 a 13 años. Porque en cuarto ya tienen, si no me equivoco, 14, 15 años, creo. Bueno, o 16 incluso, depende. Por supuesto, el profesor, la profesora, hace una primera evaluación de ese trabajo, una corrección, les propone mejoras, lo que sea, y al final se hace la edición final. Y ya se incorpora a Txikipedia. También, no solamente es el texto, en ocasiones también suben a Commons fotografías. Por ejemplo, en esta escuela, uno de los proyectos fue hacer fotos también de los bichos y de las plantas que encontraban en los alrededores de la escuela. Y hacían fotos y las subían a Commons y hacían un artículo sobre el bichito tal. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno. Vale, aquí veis, bueno, ese es el logo de la escuela. Y estos son los artículos que han realizado a lo largo de estos 5 años. Los artículos, como veis, un total de 1062. Y estos son los archivos de imagen que han subido a Commons. ¿De acuerdo? Todo el proyecto tiene información, está en euskera, pero se puede traducir fácilmente. Tenemos traductores automáticos, aunque no os lo creáis. Y bueno, está dentro de la página de Txikipedia. Hay información sobre todo este proyecto. Bueno, aquí podéis ver, por ejemplo, el trabajo realizado, bueno, pues de los diferentes cursos, ahí está todo puesto, y si clicáis, por ejemplo, en el año 23-24, pues os sale un listado de todos los artículos que han redactado ese año. Y si hacemos clic en uno de esos, pues nos sale el artículo. Y este es un artículo hecho por una pareja de alumnos de este centro, ¿vale? Sobre un bichito, ¿vale? Que, bueno, pues es de allí, un escarabajo, ¿de acuerdo? Para que veáis, hemos hecho una traducción online Y podéis ver que es bueno, es un artículo muy sencillito, evidentemente, ¿vale? Podéis leerlo, ¿no? The striped bag is a type of insect found in the Basque Country. Bueno, ya es una información, ¿vale? Bueno, cómo es, qué es cuál es su alimentación y cuál es su ciclo de vida, ¿vale? Bueno. Este es un proyecto que ha venido después, o mejor dicho, bueno, para celebrar que ya habían hecho 1000 artículos a lo largo de estos 5 años, este curso hicieron un proyecto diferente que se titula Txikipedia en Navigatus, que significa navegando en Txikipedia, y que consistía en una colaboración entre la escuela y el Acuario de San Sebastián para meter artículos en Txikipedia con especies marinas del País Vasco, ¿vale? Y aquí está escrito todo ello. Bueno, aquí están pues una primera clasificación, peces con, ¿cómo se dice?, óseos, peces cartilaginosos o invertebrados, ¿vale? Aquí tenéis también la manera de acceder a los artículos y aquí tenéis un artículo, ¿vale? Bueno, en este caso han hecho además una colaboración entre los diferentes profesores o profesoras del centro y han colaborado concretamente los profesores de ciencias, lógicamente, pero también los de latín, o el de latín, no sé si es el o la, y de diseño o de dibujo. ¿Por qué? Bueno, pues no sé si lo veis muy bien, pero ese dibujo lo han hecho ellos, ¿vale? Y eso lo han hecho en clase de dibujo, ¿vale? Y luego, en clase de latín, han analizado el qué, pues el nombre científico, que es Scorpena porcus, que dice the word Scorpena means scorpion and the word porcus means pig. Bueno, vale. Y después han subido a Commons todos los dibujos hechos, que son magníficos, son preciosos. Fijaos. Esta es una morena. Este es un pulpo. Un caballito de mar. Bueno, el modelo es ese, evidentemente. Bueno, ha sido tan bueno que se ha hecho en Zumaya, en el pueblo, han hecho una exposición con los trabajos de estos alumnos. Imaginaos lo del tema de la motivación que os he explicado antes. O sea, tú vas a casa de tus padres y le dices, mira, mi trabajo está ahí en la exposición y demás. Ahí lo veis, el artículo, el dibujo, el original, está ahí con su nombre, apellidos y demás. Y el cartel, ¿de acuerdo? Y luego, como yo trabajo en la Universidad del País Vasco, cogí todo eso y me lo llevé a la Universidad del País Vasco también y lo expuse en la universidad para animar a mis alumnos. También, que son un poco mayores, pero también colaboran con Txikipedia traduciendo textos. Bueno, el futuro, ya que queda muy poquito. Bueno, pues hay más centros escolares que se han animado. Tenemos una asociación de centros escolares en lengua vasca que se ha comprometido en 18 centros a hacer al menos 300 artículos sobre mujeres científicas, a través de los alumnos, a través del alumnado. Son los alumnos y las alumnas quienes lo harán. Claro, estos centros necesitan ayuda para saber cómo funciona, cómo hay que hacer todo eso, y nuestra asociación imparte las charlas necesarias, la formación necesaria al profesorado, ¿de acuerdo? Y hay una formación. Bueno. Simplemente para terminar, tenemos también la Txikipedia en formato teléfono. Aunque con 8 y 13 años no deberían tener teléfono, repito. Bueno, los padres sí que lo tienen y puede servir de ayuda y demás. Y bueno, pues ahí tenéis, pues por ejemplo, Matilda, un libro de Roald Dahl, ¿ok? ¿Vale? Y tenéis ahí, está en ambos sistemas, en iOS y en Android. ¿De acuerdo? Y esto es todo. Bueno, ¿alguna pregunta? Dime.
Yo vine tarde, pero sí me interesa mucho la parte como de... Perdón que entré muy tarde y no sé si esto ya se cubrió previamente, pero sí me parece súper interesante que tengan la Txikipedia, ¿verdad? Pero que también estén utilizando Commons como Commons para subir ahí las cosas. Eso, ¿cómo se han enfrentado con, por ejemplo, el tema de, por ejemplo, no tener su Txiki Commons?
Ya, bueno, en principio creo que no hay problema para poder incorporar cualquier tipo de material siempre que, bueno, cumpla las reglas sobre copyright y demás historias. No sé exactamente cómo se hace para subirlo, si lo hace el profesor o lo hacen los alumnos. Eso no llego hasta ahí, no te puedo decir. Me imagino que lo hará más bien el profesor, porque si no es un follón, porque tendrían que tener acceso todos los alumnos, cada uno de ellos, es complicado. Entonces me imagino que eso estará centralizado, digo yo. ¿Sí? Please.
Gracias. ¿Cómo se alejan los temas de artículos sobre qué se escribe?
Bueno, en este caso, en el proyecto que he presentado, son los profesores de las áreas que he mencionado, que son ciencias, son física, son música, literatura, los que, en base al currículum que están trabajando en cada momento, pues les proponen, bueno, pues vamos a ver, yo qué sé, invertebrados, por ejemplo. Estamos tratando los invertebrados, vamos a hacer artículos sobre invertebrados. Buscad invertebrados vosotros que sean de aquí, del País Vasco, que se puedan encontrar aquí. Bueno, es la forma en que se elige. Sí, no, la temática sí, pero luego en la cosa concreta, o sea, hay que estudiar los invertebrados. ¿No? De acuerdo.
Por poner un ejemplo simple, cuando estalló el volcán...
We're almost out of time. Perhaps you want to take more questions in the corridor.
Last one.
Hace 1 año y medio estalló un volcán en La Palma, en Canarias.
Sí.
Y la semana siguiente hicieron 10 artículos sobre 10 volcanes del mundo, porque es lo que estás tratando en clase, pues haces sobre eso. O sea, no es un currículum cerrado.
Sí, claro, también. No sé si hay tiempo para una last one. No. Very quick.
¿Cuáles son las razones, en tu opinión, de esta popularidad enorme de los proyectos de libre conocimiento y de Wikipedia en el País Vasco?
La popularidad.
Ajá.
A ver, yo creo que entre los jóvenes, por ejemplo, limitándonos a las edades que estoy viendo aquí, todos los jóvenes saben qué es Wikipedia. Todos los chavales la conocen.
Pero ¿por qué? ¿Por
qué?
El vasco es el idioma muy pequeño, claro.
Sí.
Wikipedia en vasco es bastante...
Sí, pero la educación en el País Vasco es mayoritariamente en lengua vasca. Incluso en aquellas partes en las que su uso es más reducido. ¿De acuerdo? Hay mucho alumnado que aún no siendo de lengua vasca en la familia, estudian en lengua vasca, en la escuela. ¿Ok? Bueno, muchas gracias.
Hola. Chismorreamos en un rato después. Bueno, gracias por estar acá. Voy a tratar de hablar lo más lento posible. Soy nicaragüense, hablo muy rápido, así que no tengan miedo de decirme bájale el cambio o cállate nomás. Entonces, bueno, vengo a presentarles hoy un poco sobre el trabajo, no necesariamente desde Wikimedia o el trabajo que hago en Wiki, sino más bien el trabajo de otras comunidades de open source con las que podemos implementar ciertas de las herramientas que ellos tienen en nuestro movimiento, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo soy Selene Yang. Para este propósito de esta presentación, soy líder regional en Latinoamérica para la comunidad de CHAOS. CHAOS significa Community Health Analytics Open Source Software, que somos una comunidad que nos fundamos en 2017 y somos parte de la Linux Foundation también y estamos distribuidos globalmente y los medios de comunicación que utilizamos generalmente son Slack. Tenemos varios proyectos que son como grupos de trabajos con diferentes temáticas como de diversidad, equidad, inclusión, mantenedores de código, métricas. Tenemos un proyecto que se llama Insignias, que en inglés se llama Badging, que lo que hacemos es dar reconocimiento de insignias sobre diversidad, equidad e inclusión, tanto para proyectos de open source como para eventos también. Ahora una cosa, perdón, no me terminé de presentar. Empecé a hablar nada más. Pero bueno, soy Cele, estoy en las comunidades open source desde hace más o menos 18 años. Empecé con Ubuntu, así toda chiqui, Ubuntu, Fedora, ¿verdad? Yo sé. Y después de eso me pasé a la comunidad de OpenStreetMap también, donde lidero una colectiva que se llama GeoChicas. Varios de acá le conocen. Hacemos mapas digitales, o sea, cartografía digital feminista y también soy wikimedista. De vuelta, para este propósito vengo por Caos, pero también trabajo para la Fundación de Wikimedia como especialista en diversidad, equidad e inclusión. Entonces, si tienen alguna duda, me preguntan a mí o al muchacho que está ahí de naranja, que es mi jefe. Es un divino, así que no se preocupen. Entonces, la idea de esta charla es hablar un poco sobre cómo podemos apoyarnos a través de métricas, ¿verdad? Porque muchas veces nuestras comunidades decimos, chucha, ¿verdad? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? O sea, no sabemos contarnos, no sabemos qué preguntar, no sabemos cómo preguntarlo, cómo hacemos pregunta técnica, pero cómo hacemos cualitativa y cómo hacemos cuanti. Y después de eso también, cómo la visualizamos, ¿verdad? Entonces, desde Caos, que somos como una comunidad que apoya comunidades en sí mismas, las métricas en sí no son como el fin, ¿verdad? O sea, como a lo que queremos llegar necesariamente, sino lo que queremos usar en las métricas es el medio para informarnos sobre cuáles son las problemáticas que vemos dentro de nuestros proyectos. Otra de las cosas que hemos visto, y que justo hablando también aquí con las chicas de Wikisfera, shout out, es que muchas veces nos requieren métricas. Entonces, hacemos y gestionamos datos para presentar impacto para nuestros funders, para justificar nuestra existencia también, meramente, ¿verdad? Como decimos, bueno, o sea, necesitamos presentar métricas porque tenemos N cantidad de personas, mujeres nada más en la comunidad, o N cantidad de personas no binarias, X, ¿verdad? Entonces, generalmente las métricas las pensamos hacia afuera. Estos modelos de métrica que proponemos desde Caos son para reflexionar hacia adentro de nosotros mismos y entender un poco cuáles son las problemáticas y por dónde podemos ir mejorando, ¿verdad? De vuelta, voy muy rápido. ¿Voy bien? Oh, okay. Para el intérprete, sí. ¿Me avisan? Ok. Entonces, las métricas en sí mismo lo que nos proporcionan son estas informaciones que nos permiten, de vuelta, tomar mejores decisiones y decisiones un poco más informadas en relación a cómo queremos ver el bienestar o la salud en sí misma de nuestra comunidad. Cuando decimos CHAOS, que es Health Analytics, la gente asume que trabajamos literalmente con temas de salud, como que somos doctores, una cosa así, nada que ver, ¿verdad? O sea, cero. Pero entonces, con estas métricas entendemos un poco, ya les voy a enseñar las métricas, cómo podemos medir como las tendencias que se van viendo, por ejemplo, para newcomers que vienen a las comunidades, cuánto tiempo duran, cuánto tiempo se quedan, por qué no se quedan, hasta mismo pensar un poco cómo estamos organizando nuestros eventos, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahora lo que les quiero preguntar es que si quieren hacer ese codiguito rápido. Uy, lo que creo que no voy a poder presentar es los resultados, pero no importa, hagámoslo. Voy a dar los resultados aquí, se los voy diciendo. Es que se me olvida que las presentaciones no son, ¿cómo se llama? Interactivas. Sí, contesten. Sin temor al éxito. Les están funcionando, sí, ¿verdad?
El primero nada más.
¿Y el segundo no les sirvió? Ay. ¿Cómo me mata la tecnología? Yo no sé qué hice. Según yo lo configuré todo bien, pero bueno.
Nos pone que se ha accedido el número de participantes.
Ah, mira. Uno trata de hacer las cosas bien y la tecnología nos falla siempre o no. Funcionaba en mi compu y ahora decidió ya no hacerlo. Bueno, ¿qué vamos a hacer? A ver si les da la siguiente pregunta. A ver.
¿Lo hacemos otra vez?
Qué raro, estoy cambiándolo y... A ver, vamos a ver si funciona. No entiendo por qué pasa eso. Bueno, ok, la pregunta de esto es el ejercicio, ya que lo es. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? El ejercicio de esto es que pensemos si dentro de nuestras mismas comunidades estamos midiendo algún tipo de métricas. Entonces, para el propósito de que vamos a llevar el ejercicio a lo analógico, les voy a preguntar a quienes contestaron sí, ¿qué categorías están midiendo, por ejemplo? ¿Quién contestó sí? ¿Qué categorías miden más o menos?
O sea, cuando hacemos métricas internas.
Sí.
Hicimos solamente una vez el año pasado un cuestionario para saber. Hicimos por primera vez un cuestionario a los participantes de actividades para conocer un poco cómo se habían sentido, qué cosas habían faltado, o sea, ese tipo, digamos, de preguntas para intentar mejorar a partir de ahí las actividades.
Súper. ¿Y quién más aquí también como recopila algún tipo de métrica en su colectiva o en su comunidad? Puede ser también, ¿verdad? Un grupo de usuarios, o sea, no tiene que ser institucional, puede ser... Allá las dos chicas también.
Gracias. Cuando estaba trabajando con el grupo de Jupyter, con el proyecto Jupyter, trabajamos con Vitergia y estábamos recolectando información desde GitHub, pero es muy difícil, por ejemplo, todos los datos de género desde ahí y saber exactamente dónde están localizadas las personas, y ese fue como uno de los problemas que enfrentamos. Sí.
Sí, sí.
Y que me gustaría de pronto que nos contaras un poco.
Sí, ahora lo voy a enseñar Vitergia.
Hola, nosotros tenemos métricas cuantitativas y cualitativas. De forma cualitativa, o sea, cuantitativa es meramente números, género, de dónde vienen los participantes, ¿cierto? Cosas de cuántas personas, o sea, como contenido, ¿cierto? Pero ahora último ya estamos incorporando más cosas cualitativas, incluso que toman un poco más de tiempo, como por ejemplo entrevistas en profundidad, que toman harto tiempo.
Sí.
Pero hay proyectos, por ejemplo, que vale la pena hacerlo. Entonces, aparte de un cuestionario final de cómo te sentiste, te funcionó todo este tema.
Más que un formulario evaluativo, es más como de...
Claro, intentamos tener un poco más de tiempo de una entrevista en profundidad, que es trabajo, pero yo creo que a la larga igual es necesario para ciertos proyectos.
Y ya que te tengo con el micrófono.
Dale.
¿Por qué lo hacen?
Básicamente, para entender mejor si es que lo que estamos haciendo sirve, porque al final muchas veces los cuestionarios intentamos hacer esto de si es que les damos un certificado de participación, tienen que contestar la encuesta de satisfacción del curso, ¿ya? Para que sea claro, y la gente la contesta, pero también la contesta a la rápida porque quiere el certificado. Y las preguntas abiertas que no las contesta porque quiere el certificado, ¿cierto? Pero en el caso de la entrevista en profundidad, específicamente, por ejemplo, hicimos hace poco unas para gestores culturales de América Latina y les preguntábamos como por qué era necesario como entender en profundidad por qué ellos necesitaban este tipo de acciones y cómo nosotros podíamos ayudarlos a ellos. Más allá de nosotros decir, tenemos este proyecto, creo que les va a interesar a ustedes. Bueno, entender por qué ellos o qué necesitan ellos de nosotros. Como ponerse en el otro lado de la pantalla.
Esa era un poco como la idea de lo que les decía, de que muchas veces nos requieren, ¿verdad?, las métricas solo para probarnos, pero cuando cambiamos como la idea del por qué queremos ver estas métricas, porque las queremos ver hacia adentro, como que el paradigma, o sea, como la idea del por qué cambia. Y esa es como una de las partes que me parece más valiosa de que decimos, bueno, pero estamos, bueno, otro formulario más, otro datito más, no sé qué, y después tenemos que limpiarlo, visualizarlo y no sé qué. Realmente al final lo que nos proporciona es esto, como capacidad de entendimiento de lo que nos está pasando y qué podemos hacer sobre eso. Ahora medio redundante lo que dije porque lo dijo todo muy bien la compañera ya. Entonces, un poco sobre las métricas que tenemos ahorita en Caos. Tenemos actualmente 80 métricas desarrolladas y cuando digo que están desarrolladas significa que hemos estandarizado las terminologías y los conceptos y las definiciones con las que queremos trabajar con un documento que están en los repositorios de GitHub, están en la página también de Caos, que es, ahí se los voy a poner después para que la vean. Y también, igual, vamos a medir cosas que son tanto como número de personas que colaboran, por no decir los colaboradores, hasta cantidades de pull requests y cierres de issues en GitHub. Entonces tenemos desde un componente muy social hasta componentes mucho más técnicos en relación a, por ejemplo, no sé, la rapidez en la que respondes a un pull request y cómo hace que una persona que es mantenedora de código nueva, por ejemplo, venga y se sienta apoyada porque alguien vino y le permitió y le aprobó el pull request, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo. Entonces, eso lo hacemos integral y completamente en GitHub y los datos son recopilados desde, como decía la compañera aquí también, desde los mismos repositorios. Sí puede llegar a complicarse un poco, pero en general es bastante intuitivo de utilizar, ¿no? Entonces, las métricas. Para nosotros las métricas es como, no vamos a venir a inventar el agua helada, como dicen en mi país, o inventarle la rueda, sino que lo que necesitamos es como, y lo que les decía antes, ¿no? Como que Caos es una comunidad para comunidades, es como escucharles a las demás comunidades en sus diferentes desafíos y retos para poder apoyarles en el trabajo que ya de por sí están haciendo. Entonces, no es que decimos, ay, bueno, nos vamos a tal cosa, sino es como, aquí está todo lo que les podemos ofrecer, tómenlo, ¿verdad? Básicamente. Entonces, para como obtener estas métricas, como que necesitamos seleccionar justamente diferentes herramientas que nos permitan poder recopilarlas, analizarlas, visualizarlas posteriormente, porque son dinámicas, ¿verdad? O sea, son cambiantes. Nada de lo que pasa en nuestras comunidades ni es estático ni es monolítico, entonces las cosas están cambiando, las métricas se van actualizando constantemente y para eso hay diferentes grupos de personas de la comunidad y que están como localizadas en diferentes proyectos que vienen y actualizan las métricas, ¿verdad? Entonces, un poco estos son los modelos de métricas. Tenemos 16 de momento modelos de métricas que pueden ser desde la capacidad de respuesta, como les decía, hasta gobernanza y liderazgo dentro de las comunidades, comunidad como comunidad, personas que colaboran y ciclo de vida de los proyectos, del código también, el software mismo que estamos utilizando. Entonces podemos medir todo esto y ahora les voy a enseñar un poco cómo se ven por dentro el de comunidad, por ejemplo. Entonces el de comunidad tiene todas estas diferentes métricas que pueden ser acopladas, utilizadas y reutilizadas de la manera que quieran. No sé si se leen bien. ¿No? Ay, perdón. Se las quiero leer, pero a ver, espérense, tampoco ando anteojos. A ver, hay métricas de colaboradores inactivos, de liderazgo inclusivo, de datos demográficos de los eventos, hay también modelo de métricas sobre servicio de apoyo a la comunidad que se le brinda. Bueno, eso es más o menos como la idea de los tipos de métricas que tenemos dentro del modelo de comunidad, ¿verdad? Y por ejemplo, aquí está liderazgo inclusivo. Entonces, si entras a liderazgo inclusivo, se ve así. Esa es la descripción de esa métrica, los objetivos del por qué se hace esa métrica y estrategias que pueden utilizar para la recopilación de los datos de esa métrica. Puse ese cuadrito que dice Select Language. Yo sé que se ve medio raro ahí parqueado, pero es justamente por los diferentes idiomas que tenemos ¿verdad? Que puedan acceder a las diferentes métricas, ¿verdad? Y de nuevo, todos los modelos de métricas y todas las métricas en sí mismas tienen estas descripciones y están acá en la página web y también están en los repositorios de GitHub. Entonces, un poco de cómo es que después visualizamos estas métricas y cuáles son los softwares que utilizamos. En la Practitioner's Guide, que no sé, perdón que la puse en inglés, pero bueno, tenemos una guía para personas que están empezando a utilizar esto, donde les damos los pasos específicos de cómo empezar a trabajar en sus propias métricas dentro de su comunidad. Grimoire Lab es uno de los softwares que desarrollamos desde Chaos, y esto sí lo voy a tener que leer porque es muy técnico. No soy técnica. Entonces, Grimoire Lab es un conjunto de herramientas para recuperar datos de sistemas utilizados para apoyar desarrollo de software, o sea, los repositorios básicamente. Entonces, almacenar y enriquecerlos mediante diferentes métricas para facilitar, que te ayuda a facilitar y visualizar la ejecución de estos datos, ¿verdad? El acceso de los datos desde Grimoire Lab tiene 3 niveles, que son la interfaz de usuario, que es como básicamente el frontend, la interfaz de gestión para la creación de visualizaciones, que es el backend, y después también está la interfaz de datos a través del OpenSearch, de la API de OpenSearch, para los análisis mucho más personalizados de todos estos datos, como por ejemplo Jupyter Notebooks, ¿verdad? Y el siguiente es Augur. Nunca lo sé decir bien porque unos dicen Augur, otros dicen Augur, bueno, X. Es otro paquete de software que es básicamente una librería que está montada con Python y un service web como para recopilar y medir y visualizar también los datos de las comunidades, de las métricas en general. Y los datos que salen hacia Augur vienen directamente, sí, también de los repositorios de GitHub y de GitLab. Entonces, un poco, por ejemplo, esta es Vitergia, este es el panel que tiene Chaos, y es específicamente sobre, por ejemplo, diversidad organizacional. No es COVID, perdón. Es que se me secó la garganta de hablar tan rápido. Entonces, por ejemplo, esto es lo que mide la diversidad organizacional. ¿Qué significa esto? La diversidad de organizaciones que contribuyen a los repositorios de Chaos. Y se ven así. De vuelta, no está interactivo porque, bueno, ¿verdad? Entonces, por ejemplo, aquí sale, extrañamente, la Wikimedia Foundation. Y yo, ¿por qué? Entonces son personas que tienen repositorios desde Wikimedia Foundation que han colaborado en proyectos que ya son de Chaos, ¿no? Te dan información, también este tipo de paneles, de quienes están contribuyendo hacia adentro de tus propios proyectos. Entonces puedes ver más o menos desde dónde vienen como los datos, las estructuras y demás. Si quisieran tener un dashboard para sus comunidades o para sus colectivas, me mandan un mensajito y se los armamos. Lo único que no podemos ofrecer es como la consulta constante de sus datos. Ustedes, les armamos nosotros sus paneles y ahí ustedes lo leen a como quieran, ¿verdad? Sí, es que no tenemos la capacidad, lo siento, algún día la tendremos, ¿verdad? Y cada uno de estos paneles, o sea, también puedes como revisar y entender. Ay, es que quisiera poder enseñárselos y no puedo. Puedes meter un montón de filtros en relación a género, región, de dónde viene, idioma en el que están haciendo los issues, los requests y demás, ¿verdad? ¿Y por qué no se me puso el otro? Bueno. Entonces, ¿cómo se ve el uso de estas métricas en acción para Chaos, verdad? Tenemos este proyecto que les decía de badging, que es como el de insignias, que es como ponerte la estrellita de ¡hey, felicidades! Son inclusives. Donde lo que hacemos es que las personas que han analizado sus eventos, por ejemplo, a través de estos modelos de métricas para evento, vienen y dicen, uy, no, vieran qué mal estamos en relación a, no sé, cuidado para niñez de las personas que vienen a presentar. Entonces, ¿qué podemos hacer? Entonces empiezan a verse ese tipo de análisis. Entonces, cuando ya sienten que, ok, ya revisamos que desde nuestro evento, por ejemplo, nos estamos mandando cualquiera muy mal, vienen y dicen, ok, vamos a repararlo y vamos a aplicar para que nos den una insignia ahora. Wikimania justamente aplicó para una insignia, todavía no le hemos puesto, todavía no sé en qué quedó, pero yo asumiré que quedó en, así se ven las insignias, no gold o lo que sea. De momento hay 168 eventos que tienen insignias de open source y también 5 proyectos. Los proyectos es básicamente en tu repositorio ponerle un DIMD file, ¿verdad? Entonces, más o menos ese es el tipo de eventos que vienen y dicen, ay, no, si yo quiero que nos digan que sí somos súper inclusives, que sí estamos haciendo un buen trabajo, queremos sentar precedentes también para otras colectivas y que vean que sí se puede. Pero que sí es trabajo, pero que es un trabajo que finalmente vale la pena porque es un trabajo pensado, respaldado de vuelta por tus métricas y después tenés como el resultado mismo, decir, bueno, mira, sí lo estamos haciendo bien. Y eso es básicamente, ¿vieron? No estuvo tan difícil. ¿Alguna pregunta? Si son técnicas, no sé si se las voy a responder, pero sí les voy a considerar a alguien que se las responda. Solo hago la aseveración.
Para conseguir estas insignias, ¿qué tenéis? ¿Algún tipo de formulario?
Es un formulario.
Vale, porque claro, nosotros, por ejemplo, todas las actividades que hacemos las hacemos con un formulario. Entonces, claro, habría que saber si los campos que nosotros estamos incluyendo nos sirven para poder analizar luego desde la perspectiva de inclusión.
Sí. O sea, es que de vuelta no puedo enseñárselas, pero es un formulario bastante simple donde solamente pones sí, no, o tal vez. Entonces de ahí hay otro equipo o sea, es que como que cada uno se divide en grupos de trabajo y hay un grupo de trabajo que son los badgers, como el bichito es en inglés, que son los que están haciendo las revisiones, que ya hay un estándar para eso. Y otra cosa que no comenté porque la rapidez con la que hablo, es que todas estas métricas están pasando por el proceso de la certificación ISO para que sean un estándar internacional de métricas para que podamos implementar de forma así que, digamos, congruentemente todos estamos pensando esto de esta manera. Que de vuelta, no digo todos porque desde CAO dijimos la vamos a hacer, no, sino que son como 900 personas de muchísimas comunidades open source que están justamente trabajando con estos temas. ¿Alguna otra pregunta más? Fácil, Vic, por favor.
Tan fácil que ni preguntas, casi agradecimiento. No, porque nosotros solemos hacer campañas que son campañas regionales y que incluyen a muchas organizaciones. La última fuimos 21 organizaciones del movimiento Wikimedia y afines armando una campaña de género y nos encontramos con que algunas métricas ya teníamos todos predefinidos los criterios en común, pero cuando fuimos a hacer el análisis del resultado había otras que no todos teníamos el mismo criterio para lo que nos referíamos en relación a eso. Y fue como una sensación en la que todo lo que tiene que ver con lo cualitativo nos aportaba un montón de información para entender qué era necesario mejorar de la campaña, pero las cuantitativas, cuando uno empezaba a discutir los criterios en los momentos en los que algo nos hacía ruido, como pensamos que esto tendría que ir por, no sé, participantes son todas las personas que editan un artículo, pero no, pero pará, como siempre. Sí. Participante también puede ser alguien que fue a una charla, ¿no? Entonces, cuando empezamos a revisar algunos criterios que nos hacían un poco de ruido, encontramos todo un trabajo que era como, bueno, si los criterios no están estandarizados, el número acaba siendo un criterio más cualitativo que cuantitativo. O sea, claro, acaba siendo un armado que tenemos que pensar para adjudicarle un valor a algo que en realidad, de alguna forma, está atravesado por lo cualitativo. Sí. No porque sea negativo necesariamente, pero para mí había algo de sincerizar que esas métricas acaban siendo más para el reporte que para lo procesual, y que para que lo procesual funcione teníamos que tener unos criterios más concretos. Así que gracias.
No, gracias a vos, que justamente algo que siento que siempre vale la pena decirlo y siempre vale la pena reflexionarlo es cuando hablamos sobre la objetividad misma de los datos que recopilamos. O sea, creo que yo con esa tiro el micrófono y digo, los datos no son objetivos, gente. Los datos siempre van a ser subjetivos. Cómo los recopilamos, cómo los definimos, cómo los estandarizamos y hasta cómo los visualizamos tienen un carácter subjetivo de una decisión personal, política o colectiva de cómo se va a hacer, ¿verdad? Entonces, por ejemplo, pensar en la estandarización, si bien es como súper necesaria, y evidentemente aquí también ya estamos viendo hiperestandarizada, que hasta va a tener ISO, es que muchas veces por el dinamismo de las identidades y de todas las cosas van a fluctuar. Van a haber varas que van a tener que ir cambiando y que vamos a tener que dinamizar, pero es el hecho de decir, bueno, lo que estamos recopilando aquí no es solamente un número, no es solo numérico, independientemente que el resultado es un resultado cuantitativo, se piensa siempre desde una postura política, ¿verdad? En relación a qué y el por qué estamos haciendo esto. Y con eso me quedan 25 segundos y pues nomás les voy a decir gracias. Si tienen dudas o necesitan algo de caos, me mandan un mensajito.
Thank you for close the door. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your presence today. My name is Luis Carrasco. I'm part of the user group Wikimedia LGBT+. And also I'm an editor in Wikipedia in Spanish for the last 16 years. And today we will be presenting how did the Spanish LGBT Wikiproject go from 5 to 750 new articles per year. Even if this project is in Spanish, we decided to speak in English because we're trying to present to you all the experience that we accumulate for the past 2-3 years working in this project and the success that we achieved during these months that have passed recently. So first of all, what is the Wikiproject LGBT? Thank you. It's a space inside of the Spanish Wikipedia where users from the LGBT plus community reunites to work together with the main objective of increase the quality and scope of Wikipedia articles related to LGBT plus and queer issues. Their main objectives are the creation, the standardization, and the ensuring of quality of all the articles related to our community in the Spanish Wikipedia and related Wikimedia projects. And briefly, I want to tell you about the creation and development of the project. First of all, in 2001, everyone knows that Wikipedia was created. A few months later was the Spanish Wikipedia created. But only in 2007 was created this wiki project by the user Maria Sefidari. And during this time, this started the production and the coordination of the integration of the articles. However, by 2010, the activity decreased radically. And basically, we only had 5 or 6 articles created by year with the coordination of this wiki project. And during that time, the project fell into this disuse. However, during that time, internationally, in 2012 was announced the creation of the user group LGBT+, and in 2014 was approved the creation. But since during all this time, the project still in Spanish was inactive, and by 2017 it was created the Telegram group Wikipedia LGBT+, where it started the coordination and the reunion of all the Spanish speakers, editors of Wikipedia. And since 2021, they started the revival and all the work related to the recuperation of the work that has been delayed because of the inactivity. And our presentation is all about this.
Hi everyone, my name is Freddy Veloz and I'm also part of the Wikimedia LGBT user group. But so basically, as Cristobal was saying, we had like a really nice wiki project LGBT in Spanish, but it then had a period of decline. But the question I think is important is why we decided to revive the wiki project. What inspired us to try to start the work again, and why we decided that it was important. Okay, first of all, because I mean, as the first global source of reference, we believe that it was imperative that the content of Wikipedia accurately reflected the reality of queer people in Latin America. So the project was kind of there, and it was kind of like 2020. You might remember it was the beginning of the pandemic, so we had an influx of fake news everywhere. So we decided that it was very important because I mean, Wikipedia is one of the most visited sites in all of Latin America, and I mean, in all of the world. So Wikipedia is usually the first source of information that people get to read about LGBT people. So the LGBT articles in Spanish were kind of lacking. They were very small. And so we decided that it was very important in this era of misinformation that all of them were accurately portrayed. So we started talking first with the Wikimedia LGBT International group, and we noticed that there was this lack of information in Spanish. Second of all, we noticed that many articles related to sexual diversity were written from a global north perspective. So, and I can even like tell you a personal story about this. Like the first article that I created, the first LGBT article I created in Wikipedia in Spanish was the LGBT article about Ecuador, and I created it because it only existed in English. So the article about Ecuador, a Spanish-speaking country, didn't exist in Spanish, so I had to translate it from English. And then we have that issue that many of the articles in the Spanish Wikipedia were just translations. And you have the issue that our history, our culture is written from a different perspective. I mean, we know that throughout history, like the history of the world has been written from the perspective from a few countries. And if we believe that if Wikimedia wants to be universal, Wikipedia has to be written by the people that the articles actually talk about. Like, we believe that it was imperative to have our perspective related to queer topics talking about these articles in Spanish. So that was probably like the most important thing, that we noticed that all these articles were just translation and we weren't writing our own histories, and we believe that it was very important. Something that is related to that, there was a lack of regional reference in the history of LGBT rights activism. So this happens a lot in all of the world. You might notice that, you know that usually the achievement, or LGBT people in general, usually kind of hidden away by history, and that also happens to women. We know that we were always there, like all throughout history, but historians or academics in general have been forgotten us, and that was like very serious in Latin America, because I think that maybe in the US there's been some decades in which people have been trying to recover this history, but in our case there was nothing. Like you went to the 80s, and before the 80s there was like nothing at all about LGBT history in our countries. So we decided that we had to put a lot of work in trying to recover these kind of histories, and we even created articles about sexual diversity in indigenous cultures in Latin America, so, like going back 3,000 years and stuff like that. But we noticed that there was a lack of that and that we needed to tackle that. And the last one that is also kind of related to that is the overemphasis on US events and figures. And basically the point is that LGBT figures in the global south are also important and deserve to be recorded. If you go anywhere and look for LGBT activism, you're gonna find some very big events, for instance, like the Stonewall riots. And I mean, they are very important. But what we noticed is that there was no information about our Stonewall riots, about each country in Latin American and Spanish-speaking country. Or we all had like, these kind of events. And yeah, the Stonewall riots were very impactful, but most LGBT people that were visible, they didn't know English, so they started their own fights, and they had like many of events. And for instance, I included some images. We have like a picture of the Stonewall riots, but I also included some pictures from the 19th century from LGBT people in Chile and in Argentina. And that was the idea, to try to discover what was the kind of the Stonewall riots of each one of our countries. And then we started to like get together on this. So that was why that was why we did it. So how did we did it? Okay, the first thing was generating connections with other Wikimedia affiliates. So we were already on the LGBT user group, so we had contact with many people from different languages, but we also started talking to affiliates in Spanish. For instance, we created some very good connections. Wikisfera probably is like the biggest one. They had been doing some LGBT events like for many times, so we started like working together with them. We also talked with Wikimedia Argentina. They were also doing some great work regarding guidelines for writing LGBT articles, also Wikimedia Chile, Wikimedia Mexico, and many others. We started like trying to work together on their own events. They were already like making some LGBT related events, so we wanted to like kind of try to coordinate a bit, or at least like be in touch with them to kind of work together with that. Another thing we did was creating like thematic lists of missing articles through Wikidata. Wikidata is amazing for that. You probably have used it already. But so in the Wikiproject nowadays, we have like many different like auto-generated pages about LGBT people by country. You can go like to each country and you can find like a huge list of LGBT people that have articles in other languages but not in Spanish. So we have it by general, like LGBT biographies. We also have it by, I don't know, intersexual people that don't have articles, like drag queens that don't have articles and stuff like that. And that helps people with to find their own interests and then like create those articles. We also created content targets by country. I'm going to talk a bit more about the other ones in the next slides. We also created some safe space for interaction between editors, and we created content and challenges to motivate us. As I said, I'm going to talk a bit about those in particular in the next slides. So first of all, LGBT targets per country. As I told you, the idea of this was trying to uncover the LGBT history and culture of our countries. So we made, we had like many talks, and we were like, okay, you know what? We have to create many articles per country. We want one LGBT history article per country. at the beginning of this, before like we revived the Wiki project, there were only 8 articles about LGBT history by country. As you can imagine, they were from the US, the UK, Israel, Russia. There were basically no Spanish, in the Spanish Wikipedia, there were basically no LGBT history articles by country. Right now we have 34. We have basically one for every Latin American country at this point. I think we're only missing like 2 or 3. We have like these kind of tables. We have a table per continent. So we have like America, like Europe, Asia, and then we're basically kind of a ludification, you could tell it, because we're like seeing which ones we're missing. We're like, okay, we're missing this one. Who's gonna work on this one? Blah 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 blah. We decided to create many other articles. For instance, LGBT history, but timelines. Like just like a list of different events. This one we've created even more. Right now we have 39. We completed everyone from Latin America, and we've moved to Africa. Now we have like LGBT lists for Botswana, for Ecuadorian Guinea, for Rwanda, and many other countries. Some of them have even become good articles, so they've already been on the front page of the Spanish Wikipedia. We've reached the point in which we have more content in the Spanish-speaking Wikipedia than for some English-speaking countries than in the English Wikipedia, right? Because, I mean, there are not that many LGBT articles. But many others. We also have created LGBT articles, LGBT culture articles per country. We have 19. LGBT literature, because again, if you look LGBT literature, you're going to find Oscar Wilde, you're going to find Gore Vidal, you're going to find James Baldwin. I mean, they're very good writers, but we also have queer writers. So we have been creating one per country. We have 18 LGBT literature per country now. And we also decided to have at least one article for LGBT parades per country. At the beginning, we had 14, again, mostly European and the US. Right now, we have 60 countries in which we have at least one LGBT article per each one of them. The other thing that we did was trying to create a safe and vibrant community for all our editors. We created a Telegram chat, which is it's private. Only verified users can join. I mean, in the Wiki project page, we have like a link to a pre-group, you could call it, where we like ask some questions. We like verify that they're actual user. We ask them to thank one of our edits to verify that they're actual Wikipedia user, and then they edit articles related to LGBT community, LGBT articles, basically to try to create this safe space where people know that they can express themselves and talk, and there's no fears of any kind of information like going outside the chat. We updated like all the wiki pages related to the wiki project. So we included help, we included like templates, easy to use to just like invite people to the project or like to many of the events that we do. We included an information tab about the wiki project history and all the news articles in which we've been featured, which we believe it's a way of creating some pride in the work that we've done. We've also like revitalized our wiki project mascot, which you can find here. It's called Barba. For people that don't know, Barba is a word in Spanish that was used decades ago for when lesbian women married guys just for showing. The husband was called a barba. So yeah, that's where the name comes from. We also created a website. I wanted to put a capture, but it was looking very bad. But yeah, we have a website for the wiki project itself outside Wikipedia, and we also created the LGBT style guide for article creation. So yeah, some of the stuff that we did, Barba in particular has been very popular. It was so popular that we even created our own stickers in Telegram. Yeah. And we also, as part of trying to create this community, we created a Telegram bot, which is called Barbot, which you can see on the right. So basically, every time someone creates a new LGBT article in the Spanish Wikipedia, Barbot posts the article automatically in the Telegram group. Also for our events, once a week, Barbot starts telling, okay, we have this many amount of articles created, this many amount of users are participating. Why are you not participating? Barbot will judge you if you don't participate. So yeah, I mean, it's a really great way to create engagement and have people like kind of like know that other people are participating and be excited about all the new creation that we're having. And the last thing, just to like give some more emphasis to this, is to remember that LGBT culture is culture, and not only for the US. For instance, like a few days ago, I just started like looking on Wikimedia Commons, and I found out that there was not a single image of an LGBT bar from Poland in Commons, like not even a single one. So I just like used Google Maps and found this one and took a picture and uploaded it to Commons already. For the US, there's like more than 600 images for LGBT bars. For the UK, there's more than 200 images. There were 0 for Poland, 0, not even a single image. I mean, at least as long as I could see about LGBT bars in Poland. And I think this is also something that we have to mention, is that sometimes people are like, okay, this is not that important, you know. Like, we have photos about pride parades and about activism, stuff like that. But this is also culture. Like, LGBT culture is also culture. It's also important. It also has to be there. Like, in 100 years, people might want to know how we were living, how we were socializing with each other. So we believe it's important, and we need more pictures, not only from the US and the UK. So yeah, I think that's also important to mention.
Okay, the blue box. Doctor Who fans are proud. How has the Wikiproject LGBT done it? Well, first of all, I want to show you some data. This is a graph. In the x-axis, you can see years from 2007 to 2024. And the y-axis, you can see the number of articles created under the Wikiproject LGBT in Spanish. As you can see, and I mentioned before, the first years, yes, it was somewhat active, the Wikiproject, but then it went into an really big inactivity. But since these user groups in Spanish was created, we started to grow the number from 188 in 2021 up to 829 articles this year. This number is from July. Currently, we have 900, almost 900 articles created during this year. And another data that we can show you, not also articles are being part of this wiki project. The graph in the right shows you the amount of active users that have been joining to this wiki project. As you can see, not also we have more articles, but also more active users in Spanish working together in the creation of these articles. But also in the left graph shows you the amount of featured and good LGBT articles in Spanish Wikipedia. We went from 0 articles during the 2010 decade and to 10 and 13 articles during 2023 and 2024. All of them, I think, all of them were showing the main page. Thank you. If you want to see more data, you can visit the website of Wikimedia LGBT in Spanish, the website that mentioned Freddy earlier. I'm gonna give 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And I want to tell you about some case studies of activities that we developed inside of the Wiki project that help us to create this amount of articles, but also motivate all these different users in Spanish Wikipedia. The first one is the Event of the Month Challenge. As Freddy mentioned previously, we have a contest, competition, thank you. Every month through Telegram is organized a competition where we decide, we choose a country in Latin America to orient all the efforts to create articles related to that country. This initiative is to expand and improve relevant LGBT plus content on Spanish Wikipedia, 1 country per month, as I told you before. This implies not only creation, but also translation of articles, the uploading of documentation to Commons or Wikisource, etc. This work also includes the key articles that mentioned Freddy before. We designed 3 medals that are given to the winners of each month. We have a category for the most articles, for articles related to women and lesbian women, and the other one it was for effort, for participation, basically. The results of this work, as you can see here, are really interesting and really they had an impact. For example, in Brazil, during his month, we created 42 articles. For Spain, we created 24 articles as well to Mexico. Argentina 51, Chile 23, and an impact in Paraguay. Before this month, they only had 11 articles, but after the event, we have 23 articles. For 2023, 115 users worked together in the creation of different articles, which results in in 305 articles. And a second case study related to the first one is Pride Month 2024. It was an event created to improve the creation and the improvement of articles in Wikipedia. We had 3 jury users evaluating all the articles that were submitted to this contest. Because of the user group LGBT+ received his first grant, we could offer a monetary prize for this event, $180 for the users that created the most amount of articles. But also we had complementary awards from Wikimedia Mexico, Wikiacción Perú, Wikimedia España, Wikimedia Venezuela, and Wikimedia Argentina. During this time, we had a banner in Spanish Wikipedia that moved at nearly 1 million visits to the portal of this event. And you can see here in the lower part of the representation, we have not only the participation of Wikimedia LGBT+, but also Wikimedia small projects. Wikisfera also help us with this event. And Wikimedistas de Uruguay, Wikimedistas de Ecuador, Wikimedia España, Wikimedia Colombia, Wikimedia México, Wikimedia Argentina, Wikiacción Perú, Wikimedia Chile, Wikimedia Venezuela, Wikimedistas de El Salvador, y Wikimedistas de Bolivia. All of these chapters and user group help us in some way in the development of this event. The results. I will tell you that 307 new or improved articles were created during this month. This was a growth of 552% in comparison of the prior year. They were registered at least over 100 different users during this month to create articles. And the contestant that win this event, we announced it just the last week, were the user SFS90 that created 54 articles for this event, Alumnos that created 29, and Txikipedia that created 17. Also Peridotito that created 13, and Freddy Eduardo here that creates 9 articles during this event. And just to mention, these are the numbers that qualify because of the rules that we had in the event. We not only wanted to create the creation of articles, but also the quality. We asked for more than 5 reference for each article. Each article must have at least 300 words. At least each paragraph must have a reference. We try to create quality with these events. And during that month, this June month, also have another events related to this main one. We had the Pride Month on Wikiquote, the creation of the pages related to quotes of LGBT plus people. Pride 2024 Subiton, and on Wikimedia Commons, the upload of photograph, we uploaded 717 images during this month. Also, Wikisfera coordinated the Relevant Lesbian Campaign 2024 that they read and they work in at least 180 biographies. Desafío Diversidad y Orgullo 2024 by Wikimedistas de Bolivia, 9 articles. The hashtag June Wiki Thursday by Wikimedia México. La editación LGBT in Buenos Aires in the Casa Nacional de la Diversidad by Wikimedia Argentina. And workshop on Wikipedia Sexual Dissidence and Memory in Digital Territory en la Casa de la Biblioteca Memoriales by Wikimedistas de Ecuador. All these projects were executed during this month in coordination not only with our Spanish editors, but also with all these organizations that I mentioned before. And just on one of the examples that I mentioned before, La Subitón Orgullo 2024 Commons campaign. 717 images uploaded, events from Lima, Perú, Valladolid, España, Ciudad de México, México, Santiago de Chile, Chile, Guadalajara, México, Guayaquil, Ecuador, San Salvador, Mérida, and a lot of more cities around the world participated in this event, where the same users that went to the Pride parades and took photographies for this event. The success of this wiki project, more condensing the whole idea of this presentation. We think that we can resume all this work in these 5 elements. Our success comes from healthy human relationships. We have a really strong and healthy communication and interaction between all these members. Highly active and talented Wiki users, I can mention SFS90, Sebastián Flores, Perito Tito, Miguel Alan CS, Nol Kulkarus, EJ Anónime, Freddy Eduardo. Almost every one of these users are between the 100 most active users in Spanish Wikipedia. Everyone makes more than 100 edition per month, so we have a really big amount of people that is experimented in Spanish Wikipedia. We have also active communication on Telegram. Some people can read everything that is going on in this Telegram, but it's because we like to communicate with each other so much. Monthly meetings. As a wiki project, we reunite every month in a meeting where we talk about the coordination of the project and the challenges that we had ahead during this month and in the future. And also the user group and the wiki project management are really well coordinated. Because of these same users are part of the user group and also the wiki project, the work that is developed is really coordinated and really proactive to every challenge that appears inside the encyclopedia.
So and just to finish, we also wanted to mention a bit of the challenges that we have that other groups might also face when they are writing LGBT-related content. So first of all, as you might imagine, there are constant attempts to delete all the biographies that we create. And this also happened to many events related to biographies of women. Many users are just waiting for us to create some of these biographies from small countries to start putting templates of no relevance or stuff like that. Another challenge is that there's a lack of quality sources of LGBT issues in countries of the Global South. Many news organizations just don't want to talk about us. It doesn't matter how many big events happen, how many incredible activists there are in our countries. There's not that much information in sources, so we have a challenge there to create their biographies. And the last one is a lack of a local perspective in the creation of LGBT articles from countries with few or no editors. As Cristobal was mentioning, each month we select a country in Latin America and we just create articles about that country. But the issue is that, I'm from Ecuador, so when I write articles about Paraguay, I don't have the entire history. So it's also a challenge to try to find more users who are from these countries, so they can also tell their experiences and so it's not just ours. But yeah. Some potential solutions about this, we're trying to create a warning system. So basically, as I told you, we have this bot on Telegram. So we're trying to have it let us know each time a deletion vote is about to start related to LGBT articles, so we can just be aware of all the articles that are getting templates. Another one is propose new policies on how to deal with LGBT content in the Spanish Wikipedia. Right now, we don't have a policy, for instance, for dead naming. We basically defend the articles by going back to decision by administrators, which have been good for trans people, but there's nothing on the style guide. So every time a person wants to start including dead names, we just revert them and point them to the decision by administrators. But it would be good to have these rules in written as part of the style guide of the Wikipedia. And the last one is trying to generate our own spaces of knowledge for LGBT people. So as I told you, there's not that much information about LGBT people in the media. So what we've ended up doing is interviewing them ourselves and uploading these interviews to Commons. This is an example of one. We interviewed a LGBT activist from a very small city in Ecuador called Loja. There was almost no information about her, although she was the biggest LGBT activist from the city. So as there are no sources, we decided to create basically the knowledge ourselves and start like uploading it to Commons in this form of these kinds of interviews. They are not perfect, but at least we think that we are helping perpetuate this knowledge in Commons, and then this can be included in the articles themselves. But yeah, that was our presentation. I don't know if anyone has any question, if we have time.
Thank you so much. Does anybody has a question? Ooh, a lot.
Other than counting by hand, what tools or systems do you use to produce analytics for your project and your campaigns?
I mean, so we use a lot of Wikidata. So basically, yeah, we're just, I mean, every single article that we create goes to Wikidata. So we have basically up-to-date Wikidata queries in which we're like constantly counting them. Sadly, there's a user, one of our users does all of our analytics, so he would be the expert to answer the question, but I know he uses a lot of Wikidata to get them. But yeah, we have yearly presentations about our results every last day of the year, and then we have like a lot of analytics about that. Yeah.
Anyone else?
We are out of time, and I think there may be something else in this room, but there is a question for you on Event Yay, and maybe you want to talk with other people afterwards. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. By the way, we have stickers.
Oh yeah, there's LGBT stickers where you're just passing them around in case you want. Yeah, it's Barba stickers, our mascot.
Short question: are the Telegram stickers available only on Telegram or on other platforms too?
They are for Telegram, but I mean we can migrate them to WhatsApp probably. Yeah, there wouldn't be any issue with that. Yeah.